and jerk, or we're going to do a snatch from the floor straight overhead. 1, 2, one more. Good, and rest there. So that is the ground to overhead. We do 20 reps there. The next thing we're going to do, we're going to go into a deck squat. Now, if you've ever been to the Dubai CrossFit Championships, this is like one of their OG exercises. The deck squat, you're going to hold the implement up towards the chest. You're then going to go down into a squat, roll back on the floor, touch it behind your head, up, stand, and good. Down again, touch, up, and stand. Rest. Perfect. So she'll do 10 of those. Now, don't forget how the workout works today. It's going to be a 4-minute AMRAP. You're going to get as far through that work as you can. 400-meter run, 50 double unders, 40 burpees, 30 thrusters, 20 ground to overhead, 10 deck squats. Once the 4 minutes runs out, we then rest for 3 minutes. At the 3-minute mark of rest, we then start again. From the top, we start with the 400-meter run. Then we go through it as a 7-minute AMRAP. You get as far as you can. Don't forget, in 7 minutes, if you get through those 10 deck squats, you then go back to the running or the high knee running on the spot. 3 minutes rest again when the 7 minutes hits. And then after the 3 minutes of rest, we're going to do all of that work one more time, but you're going to do it 4 times this time with a 10-minute time cap. Now, unfortunately, we don't have a garage gym in our 34 square meter apartment, so I'm just going to be using the old Apple Watch for the timer. I will keep people updated, don't worry. But Tammy is going to quickly go through a little warm-up. So in terms of the warm-up, if you're following on at home or you're watching this back, we're going to make Tammy do a 200-meter run. Now, 90 divided by 2 is 45. So she's going to do 45 seconds worth of high knee running. Tamarind, 3, 2, 1, off you go. So again, this is just a warm-up. We're just trying to get your blood moving. We're just trying to get your heart rate elevated a little bit. Nice and easy. Stay on the balls of the feet. Get the arms pumping. Remember, the higher your knees goes, then the harder it's going to be. So she's going to go. We're just going to cut it for another 15 seconds. So Tammy, get those knees real high now. All the way up there. Come on, you can get a little slap on the knees as well. Beautiful. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. Rest there. Cool. Next thing, we're going to go into what we would be doing double unders, but just for the sake of this video, we're going to do jumping jacks. So we're going to go through 15 jumping jacks. Off you go, Tammy. We're looking for the arms to move out to the side whilst the legs move out to the side at the same time. 15 reps. Do you know how many you've done? 2, 1, and good. Perfect. After that, we don't need to go through burpees. Everyone does enough burpees on a daily basis. We know how to do them. Don't worry about them. Let's worry about the alternated thruster next. Grab that backpack. Remember, you can squat clean it if you really want. If you want to feel like you're really in the gym, go for a squat clean. Come on, Tammy, show me a squat clean. From the floor into the squat clean, straight overhead. We're going to go through 8 thrusters. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And put the bag on the floor. Give yourself a 10-second breather. Cool. Next thing we're going to hit our 5 grounds to overhead. I'm going to, just for demonstration purposes, ask Tammy to do 2 clean and jerks followed by 3 snatches. Tammy, when you're ready. Clean and jerk. Back down. Touch and go. Clean and jerk. Then she's going to go into a 2 snatches. Okay, that's after that, we're now going to just do 1 squat this time. Just move up and make sure you clear your head, touch the back, fall up, and rest. Down you go. Standing like a down you go. Walk. We get back. Go.
So it sounds like we might be having some technical difficulties.
So this is no real limiting movements. What I'm going to do is pretty much go unbroken with the run. Yeah, I'm going to be doing high knees. I'm probably not going to be doing
very high knees.
The very high knee option. It'll probably be like a medium sort of level because that's the way that I guess I would address this run if it was a normal workout.
Make sure you puff your chest up as much as you can.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, pretty much like I said, everything else should be unbroken. Obviously, the 4 minutes and the 7 minutes will just be a case of trying to get as far as I can. And then hopefully we'll be able to kind of match the paces I held across to finish that one for time.
Cool. Perfect. All right, Tamarind. Step back on the spot.
Starting?
Do you need to turn the aircon on?
Yeah, actually.
Cool. Let's get the aircon flicked on.
Woo, all right. 90 seconds of running on the spot.
Okay, so now don't forget, this is a 4-minute AMRAP to start. there is the work again. If you want to take a quick screenshot of it or whatever you need to do, it's a 4-minute AMRAP, 3-minute rest, 7-minute AMRAP, 3-minute rest, 4 time with a 10-minute time cap. Cool. All right. Tamarind.
Yes.
Your work starts in... Actually, no, hang on a sec. Let's make it like CrossFit Games. Athletes ready. 10 seconds. Beep. Let's go.
That was fast 10 seconds.
That's what we do at the CrossFit Games. Alright, so don't forget, Tammy is going through her 90 seconds worth of high knees. Again, you guys can always adjust the intensity of this movement. If her knee is coming up to parallel every time in the first round, I should definitely see that knee coming up just as high in the third time you hit this. So Tammy is already 30 seconds through. She's got another minute to go. Don't forget, after her run, she's got double unders. Now, some of you might be doing the 50 double unders, or you might need to go and do 100 singles. If you don't have enough space or the equipment to do double unders, then you're gonna do 50 jumping jacks instead. Tammy's actually gonna run outside in 40 seconds to do her 50 double unders. I will be counting her reps, don't worry. I will make sure she's legit.
Head judge.
Head judge. 30 seconds. If I could grow decent facial hair, I'd be like Adrian Bosn's. Actually, Bosn's hair isn't that good, so let's just call me Judge Ann Haynes. 20 seconds to go. So in 15 seconds, Tammy's gonna run outside and do her double unders. She's got 50 double unders to go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, okay, out we go. So she's gonna run out the front door. So she's gonna grab her skipping rope. We're going through 50 double unders when you're ready. $25. 40. Yo, good. She's gonna run back in, she's gonna run me over, gotta get out of the way. She's now gonna go through her 40 burpees. Don't forget it's a 4-minute AMRAP. She's got just under 2 minutes to go. So 40 burpees. 1. 90 seconds left. 8, 9, 10, 30 more to go. 14. You guys might be lucky. She might give a show and go tops off in a sec. If you're lucky. Remember, I hope Tommy and Sean are getting this workout in at the same time. We're very disappointed if I don't see a sweat, or at least sweat patches underneath your armpits later on. 55 seconds to go. Work Tamarind. So what happens when you're younger than a coach, you got to do the work yourself. Tammy's got another 35 seconds to go. Final 30 seconds. She is moving at an almighty pace in these burpees right now. We'll see if it pays off. It's a bold strategy for sure, but we'll see if she can hold that pace when she gets to the 7-minute AMRAP. Tammy, you still have 15 seconds to go. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and time. That's Tammy's 4-minute AMRAP done. Now she has a 3-minute rest period. Tammy, how many burpees you get?
40.
You hit all 40 burpees. Beautiful. Now, obviously, with the way this workout should work, is that when she goes into a 7-minute AMRAP, really, at the 4-minute mark, she should be just finishing those 40 burpees as well. So she should have an extra 3 minutes to do more work. Don't forget, after the 40 burpees, she'll then go into 30 alternated shoulder thrusters, followed by her 20 ground to overhead, and then her 10 deck squats. Tamarind. Yeah. Oh, she's gone to the toilet. Ignore her for a second. I was going to ask her some feedback, but maybe she's just a little bit tired. So let's just let her rest. Tammy, you've got 2 minutes and 15 seconds. So like I said before, that was a 4-minute AMRAP. We now have a 3-minute rest window. We will then go into a 7-minute AMRAP. 7-minute AMRAP, as I said, is just a longer time frame. Really, if you paced it correctly, you should be holding the same pace in this 7-minute AMRAP. Tamarind, do you want to give us some feedback?
Pretty spicy. Pretty hard to go from high knees to double unders. My calves are burning a little bit. Knowing it was only the 4 minutes, I pushed the burpees just a little bit. But in saying that, when I get to the next round, I know that 3 minutes, although it's not a complete rest, I should be pretty good to go by the time it hits. How long have I got?
You have another minute and a half, 90
Cool.
seconds to go.
Halfway through. Nice.
Cool. Perfect. Would you like another drink?
Oh, no, I'm good.
You sure? You're going to go tops off for the fans?
No.
Boo!
You're embarrassing.
Boo! Come on, we want to see
the
it.
next round.
Okay, well, I'm going to do a t-shirt change because I've got heinous sweat patches right now. It's unbelievable. Got all nervous talking to you guys online. I haven't seen anyone for the last 14 days, so...
Social anxiety.
Social anxiety. Alright, oh god, I've knocked my earphones out. Oh, jeez.
I remember the first time I got changed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Alright. How much
Alright,
longer?
you have 50 seconds.
50 seconds.
So remember, we are starting back from 0, so she's going to start again with the 400-meter run. For those of you that do not have space to run, you are doing your 90 seconds worth of high knees. Make sure you're not copping out and just doing little low knees. Try hard. Get his knees as high as we can. 400-meter run, 50 double unders, 40 burpees, 30 alternated thrusters, 20 ground to overhead, and 10 deck squats. Tammy, you have 25 seconds. Okay. You sure you don't want to go tops off?
Yeah. You're embarrassing.
Sorry, guys, I'm embarrassing her. Apologies. All right, Tammy, you got 10 seconds.
Okay.
Stand by. 90 seconds worth of high knees. Let me get the screen down. Now you can imagine if I was to stick an assault runner underneath Tammy just here, it should really look like she's running. It doesn't actually at all, but we're trying to simulate as much as we can. Like I said, we are trying as much as possible to get people that energy system work that they're probably missing from their regular CrossFit box and regular gyms. So let's try and simulate it by getting the heart rate up by just doing those high knees. Like I said, you can actually make this movement really hard. She's trying hard right now. Moderately hard right now. So right now, she's got another 45 seconds worth of high knees. Do you reckon it's a decent simulation of running?
Yeah.
Cool. There you go. You heard it from the horse's mouth. 35 seconds left. Remember, after the 400-meter run or 90 seconds worth of high knees, she's then going to go back outside and she's going to hit her 50 double unders. If you don't have your rope, don't forget you got your 100 single under option or you got your 50 jumping jack option as well. Tammy, you have 15 seconds left of high knee running. I'll be counting your reps and double unders again. You have 10 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Out you go. Oh gosh, she's gone. Yeah, okay, you're going to count your own reps, okay? Because I'm going to talk. So actually what's happening out here right now, it does look quite smoky. Right behind her, there's like a bin right at the back of this corridor. And what people do, they're burning like incense and stuff, all for spiritual reasons. But for that reason, this corridor is unbelievably smoky. Not great for health and fitness, but you know, everyone's going through tough times, so we may as well make it a bit tougher for Tammy right now. 50 double unders. Oh God, she's coming through. Wow. Now she's going to go into her 40 burpees again. So she's at the 2-minute, 15-second mark. Don't forget this time it is a 7-minute AMRAP, not a 4-minute AMRAP. So she's got a little bit longer to crank through these burpees. But as we said before, if you did pace this work correctly in the first 4-minute AMRAP. Woo. Then she should really be finishing this work at the 4-minute markers, which is what she did before in the first round. So 7 minutes, Tammy, you are at the 2-minute, 40-second mark. I feel like you need some music or something here, but can't be clogging your feet, so sorry. You can just listen to the sound of your own breath. That's a 3-minute mark. So really, Tammy should probably have about a minute more worth of burpees if her pace is the same as her first 4-minute AMRAP. She goes 3 minutes, 15 seconds in. Now don't forget, once she completes the 40 burpees, she will then move into her 30 alternating bag on shoulder thrusters. I'll move the camera back a bit more so you guys can see that a bit better. Get there? How many reps you at, Tammy?
9 more.
9 more reps to go. She's 3.5 minutes through. Remember, it's a 7-minute AMRAP this round, so if you guys are moving like lightning, if you finish those 10 deck squats, then you'll go back to the 400-meter run or the 90 seconds worth of high knees. She is breathing heavy. I'll tell you that much for free. That is now the 4-minute mark, and she is on pace. Take that back a little bit to give the viewers what they want.
Is it thrusters?
Yep, you're going to go into your 30 alternated thrusters. 1, 2, 3. Changing shoulders every time. Hey, you're doing great. Keep it up. Make sure those arms are locking overhead every time, just like she is. She is really flinging that bag about. She is going hard. Way harder than Camp Porter was going in the last hour. Hi, Khan. Hope you're watching. How many reps are you on, Tammy?
24.
24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 9. And you're good. Go to your 20 ground to overhead. 20 ground to overhead. Remember, she can use a clean and jerk variation or a snatch. She's gone for the snatch. 2. 3. 4. 2 minutes to go. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. Beautiful. She's now going to move into her deck squats. The deck squats, remember, start standing, roll back, touch your bag to the floor, up and stand. 1. 2. 3. Just 10 reps here, remember. 4. She's got another minute and 10 seconds to go. 5. 6. 7. 1 minute left. I am stoked. I'm not doing this workout. This looks terrible. 8. 9. She still has 50 seconds to go. Drop the bag, Tammy, into your 400-meter run. Let's go. Get those knees nice and high. So she's going to be running for 50 seconds, which, if we take what we did before, is going to be about, let's call it a 210-meter run. So 1 round plus 210 meters. Keep that effort level up, please, Tammy. Don't slack. She's doing very well right now. $15 seconds to go. Just gonna plug the old charger in.
You got the short straw.
You got the short straw. You're the one that chose the workout. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and time. All right, whilst Tammy is recovering, I will take over for a sec. So don't forget that was her 7-minute AMRAP done. She now has a 3-minute rest window. What I was talking about before was a Gymless program, and we offer tracking online. So if you can see it on the phone, if you scroll up, there's Tammy's little coaching video talking about all the scales and all the different movements that we got. Here's our recording ability. We push the tempo, 4-minute AMRAP, 7-minute AMRAP, and underneath for time. We always include accessory work because we know that you guys out there just absolutely love CrossFit and absolutely love killing yourself. So we do give you optional accessory work, whether it's pistol development, handstand development, double under development, all that sort of stuff. Just because you're stuck in an apartment or stuck in your complex building, it doesn't mean that you have to stop working on the skills or the finer parts of this sport. It's a better chance of anything to try and nail that stuff. Tamarind, that's 1 minute of rest done. You got 2 more minutes to go.
Sure.
How are you feeling?
Feeling good. I was able to hit the same pace, so I was happy with that. Burpees definitely felt more difficult second time round, but the thrusters were a nice little rest before the deck squats.
Before the ground to
overhead, deck squats just take time. Can't really go much faster with those, so hoping to finish in the same sort of time, just under 7 minutes. What was it, like 6:10?
Yeah, that's 6:10. Yeah, cool. So if you are doing this workout and you want to compare your scores to Tammy's, we will get an official measurement of the weight of the bag. But don't forget, because she did 90 seconds worth of high knee running, she had about 40 seconds to do a high knee run. 50 seconds to do high knee running in that round. So we give her 1 round plus 210 meters.
Yeah.
Tammy, you have 1 minute and 15 seconds. I'm going to get the weighing scales just to find out how heavy exactly this bag is.
Okay.
Can you grab that? Actually, please? Thank you. Gotta stay in range of the old headphones. So we're going to weigh the bag just so everyone knows. I know you guys in America work in pounds, but we work in kilos over here, so sorry for that.
I'll just move the stand on with it.
Hang a second. Some technical difficulties with the scale. Tammy, you've got 45 seconds.
We'll never know.
Did I break the scale this morning or something? I don't think I was that heavy.
So light. Doesn't read it.
Oh, well, it doesn't even read me. Well.
They'll never know now. Oh well, I tried.
So it happens when you're in quarantine, you can't go outside and buy new batteries. So
some
there you go.
pretty impressive fitness is going on right now.
Not very heavy.
Ant, you got us?
It's very heavy. It's very heavy.
I'm not sure Ann
Tammy,
can hear
you've got
us.
15 seconds to go.
Okay, last one.
Last time. Remember, this one is for time. This time, athletes, stand by.
Okay, so we're going to let Ann and Tamarind keep working out. We've lost communications with them. So now they're just doing stuff for their own personal fitness. But you guys get the idea. That was a great, I think, workout. Tommy did it. I know you're a little tired right now.
Yeah, I totally just sweated and didn't take water from my bottle to pour it on my face to look like I sweated.
But that's one of those things. Like I've never seen someone or even thought of like packing a backpack or a suitcase or whatever full of stuff and using it as an implement to work out. But you can see how effective that something like that can be.
Yeah, that's one of the things about necessity, right? It breeds creativity, and it kind of takes us back to some of the early days of CrossFit, where before companies like Rogue existed, and people had to get creative to find equipment options. So pretty neat to see it kind of pop up once again.
Did you ever build your own equipment?
I definitely made a wall ball one time with a basketball and some sand. And it had a hilarious ending to that at one point.
How'd that end?
Let's just say I got a little tired. Basketball hit me in the face. The ceiling that I used, the seal that I used for the basketball failed, and I was
all right.
Embarrassing.
Well, in honor of what we just saw, at the next 19-minute mark of the hour, deck squats, 19 deck squats. So things are getting serious here. I feel like we're getting the brunt of this. They had like all the easy movements earlier. Now we're just coming up with tough stuff that we got to do. It's not fun.
They're crushing us right now.
All right, where are we going now? Where are we going next? We're going to stay in China. We're going to go to the mainland, actually. We're going to go to Shanghai. A couple friends of ours. I know that you know Max Ma very well, actually, I should say, and you spent some time with him over in China.
Yes, Max Ma, Carry On. They run the Asia CrossFit Championships. They also run CrossFit One Nation in Shanghai. Had the chance to go to the event last year and train at their gym for a day. So great people, and I know they've been kind of, as we mentioned before, at the kind of epicenter of this.
Yeah, so let's get an update from the two of them, and then we'll be right back. So pretty cool look at the affiliate that Max Ma and Carrie on run over there. And I think for those of us who are in the middle of this thing, it's cool to see that there is an end here.
Yeah, and that they're returning to a sense of normalcy, at least on, some level. We saw some athletes starting to get back into the gym, starting to kind of resume some of the normal day-to-day activities. And it's, remember that this took a few months for them, and we're kind of in the heart of everything right now. So in the very least, anything that we can kind of grasp for at this point is good news. So it was nice to see them, especially for them, because the Asia CrossFit Championships was one of the first events to have to postpone, and they're trying to hopefully get things up and running in July. Yeah,
and you were over there last year, and were able to. I know it wasn't that specific event, but you were able to see the Chinese CrossFit community that is growing. What were your impressions of what you saw over there?
Well, I was extremely impressed. I mean, first off, there's been a big push, from my understanding and talking with them, from basically the government to try and get people healthy. Things like smoking and pollution can be an issue there at times, and they're starting to kind of reframe what health and fitness looks like to the average population. So it's very much a movement that's starting to pick up some steam. So as you can see from some of the photos, One Nation is a beautiful gym.
Yeah.
They run things very well. So it felt like a better, almost like a nicer version of CrossFit from like 5-6 years ago, when they had all the amenities that the gyms have now, but with a kind of population that's still getting their feet wet as far as the training is concerned.
Yeah, well, we didn't actually get to hear from Max and Carrie in that video, but Arm & Hammer sat down with both of them and had a very extensive conversation with them, and we want to bring that to you now.
Max, thank you very much, sir, for joining us all the way from Shanghai, dude.
Yes, sir. No problem. Anytime.
It's oh, of course. It's like 9 p.m. right now for me, and it's in the morning for you.
Yeah, 10 a.m.
So you're enjoying a coffee, and I'm enjoying some water. So cheers.
Cheers.
So Max, I think first off, I think it'd be cool just to give people an idea of how you guys are doing in Shanghai right now, especially like stateside. Who knows what's going on? You know what I mean? So hearing it directly from you, who is actually out there, living it. How are things in Shanghai? How are you doing?
Things are really, really good actually in Shanghai. I don't know how Western media reported it, but to be honest, like we feel really, really safe living in Shanghai. The business is actually back to like 100%. Even like we got more members than before. The competition side, we're kind of in an onshore situation right now because the Olympic Games got delayed. The games, I don't know when it's gonna happen. A lot of sanctionals got delayed too. We have a lot of international athletes travel back and forth. So that part we're not sure about it. But other than that, the gym, the life side, everything else is back to normal.
That's awesome. Well, that's good to hear because that's actually the two biggest things that I wanted to talk to you about. With mainly, we'll start off, I guess, with the affiliate side, right? So how long has your affiliate been around?
So our affiliate actually is only a year and a half.
Congratulations. You made it through that first year.
Very young affiliate. So I have, so now we run 3 locations. One is kind of like our flagship. It's CrossFit Huaihai. And then we have a Pudong location. Shanghai is kind of divided by the river, Huangpu River. And then we have another location on the other side. It's very small. We're kind of trying to test it out like a small boutique studio type of CrossFit thing. And then we also manage one of the Adidas headquarter corporate gym in Shanghai. Yeah.
So you guys were, you guys a year and a half. You were just outside of your first year when you guys had to basically close your doors and stop serving your community in person due to this whole like coronavirus thing, right? So what was walk me through kind of what was the process by which like you guys found out that, hey, the doors have to be closed, people aren't allowed to come in anymore, gyms aren't going to be open. And then how did you deal with that? Like once it was locked down?
Okay, so actually we like yesterday we were trying to prep for this interview, and then we thought about the whole timeline, and then we listed out all the like major events that happened.
Awesome.
It tracked back to about actually in November. So in November, we know Chinese New Year is gonna be a hard sale. Anyway, that's gonna be the late January and the beginning of February. So we always target that month, kind of like we need to prepare for there's no income or kind of like very low income, because in Chinese New Year, people are like in the States, they do Christmas, right? Everyone's going home. In Shanghai, a lot of people are not local. They're just traveling around. We have a lot of expats. In Chinese New Year's, during this time, their work are kind of like in holiday too. So they kind of forced to take that break. So anyway, a lot of people would not be here. So we kind of like planned a big sale in November and beginning of December to kind of bump up the sale, kind of have a lot of cash reserve to get through the winter. That helped a lot. Mm-hmm. We didn't know it was going to be this bad. We thought it was like a 50% drop, right? And then get to the Chinese New Year, and then we heard about the Wuhan situation, kind of like right before. And then me and my wife was like freaking out about it. And I was like, it's no big deal about it. It's never gonna, get over here. And then, and then her mom called from Australia because all the Western medias are already crazy about it. So she was like, you guys need to jump on the plane right now and get over here to Australia. I was like, no. And then, so she was like, we need to go back to Shanghai right away. Because we only, I think that was the only holiday we're about to take. And then we were just backing home for like one day. And then the second day we're going back. Because if this thing get out of control, Shanghai might shut it down. They might shut down all the transportations. And then like cars might not be able to come in and stuff like that, So we were like, maybe it's a good move to just like drive back. Not take the bullet train, but the bullet train is only like an hour away, so we were like really close. But again, you will risk getting exposed to like a lot of people, and you don't know if they have it or not, right? And then in China, especially the train station and the airport are kind of crazy, super populated. So we decided to drive back, and then the second day, I think. We came back, there is some kind of ban on the highway. So we're like, we made a good move,
Jeez. Perfect timing.
A perfect timing. So we came back kind of like the day after Chinese New Year. We're just at home. And then back then, what's crazy about it is everyone in Shanghai is already start hogging things. They are trying to get all the resources they can. And
was it toilet paper like it was in the U.S.?
No.
Everyone in the U.S. just bought.
Why people?
I don't know why either.
Get toilet paper, man. Like, you can't just wash it if you don't have it.
Yeah, it made no sense. It was like the first thing that everyone just bought. Everyone just bought all the toilet paper for some reason.
Yeah, worst to come to worst, like toilet paper. You're not gonna die without toilet paper. Like people live. Our ancestors, they all live without toilet papers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like my grandparents, I'm sure, are like toilet paper. Like, what? Why would you even think to even stock up on that? Much less hoard massive stockpiles of it. So, yeah. What was it that people were stockpiling?
Vegetables.
Interesting.
All food. So basically, you go to the supermarket, and then you see all the food are gone. Even for the instant noodles, they're like, what flavor is popular, because only the bad ones are left over there on the shelf.
It's free market research.
Yeah, so all the good flavors are gone. So food is one thing. Vegetables, we can't really get any green stuff. we tried a lot of ways to, get some greens in the house. And then the second thing is all the sanitizers and the alcohol, because government said there's a news about that alcohol, 75% of alcohol can kill the coronavirus, right? And then another thing is the kind of like the sanitizer for trying to get it for the gym, not for the house. But there's no way to get alcohol, like 75% plus. We even bought like one of those Russian, like kind of like a really high percentage ones to kind of to use it as alcohol to clean it up. And then we just got a lot of toilet cleaners and things like that have the same kind of chemical stuff in it.
Yeah.
Kind of just, and then the mask. There's just like kind of no way to get any masks. Carrie's mom runs a kind of like a factory in Australia, and then her dad was in Nanjing and had a lot of masks because of the factory. So they sent over a lot of those stocks.
Oh, that's awesome.
Which was super helpful.
Yeah.
We didn't know like we were going to use those, but we're like, maybe we just put it in the gym, and maybe later on, people are coming to work out, they need to buy masks, right? Yeah. So that could be really helpful getting people back to the gym. And then after a couple days, I think it's February 7th. So we were still open back then. We were still running because we manage the biggest location we manage. The rent is crazy. We're in the downtown Shanghai. I think it's kind of like it's over 30 grand a month. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Wow. Holy God. So I'm assuming you guys are in like a retail space, like in downtown.
So we're connected with Reebok, right?
Okay.
Reebok is upstairs. We're downstairs. So we have
dude.
So that location, we promise our members will never close, right? So the coronavirus was the first time in our life the gym was closed down for like the week or two.
Wow.
And then
So you guys basically, I'm actually really surprised by that because, it was late February that we started seeing people, or like early March that we started seeing some sort of news that, hey, there's going to be down the pipeline, like essential businesses or non-essential businesses are going to start having to close their doors, and gyms count as non-essential businesses. And, I'm really surprised that it was only about a month or so between you guys, like in China, in Shanghai, being told to close your doors, and it kind of happening in the States. Like, were you guys prepared for that? Was there any, like, you obviously could see maybe the writing on the wall, but not too far in advance, huh?
We had no idea what was going to happen next. So that was the scary part. On the February 7th, like I said before, we were open until February 7th. We were running classes, all that kind of stuff. Some gyms are already taking the initiative to kind of close down because they don't want to kind of people risk themselves, getting infected. But our members are really steady, not like traditional gym. We know everyone, and then we kind of inform everyone. If you've been to Wuhan, or you're from like those dangerous areas, right, the province, and don't come, just stay at home. We even have a lot of members, they were planning going back to Wuhan for Chinese New Year. They just canceled their trip. They're like, it's too risky. If I go back, I might not come back.
Right. Maybe stuck there.
Yeah. And then, so February 7th is the big date that government released a official document that forced all the kind of gyms to shut down. So the entertainment, the movie theaters, like swimming pools, traditional gym, group classes, all that kind of stuff, even like kind of like training facilities for certifications and stuff like that are all shut down. Education, and also the schools are postponed to like late March, right? Gyms are forced to close down, no classes before February 29th. So there's about 3 week span on us. Because we're in a group class business, we can't really run group classes. But we kind of find they didn't say you have to close down. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to close your doors.
Yeah.
You can't have classes.
Okay, so you found like a little loophole in there to be able to keep the doors open.
Well, yeah, kind of, but still, we decided to shut it down.
Okay.
We just don't want to risk it. First of all, on the PR thing, it's not gonna look good if we kind of like just like, we're just gonna open, we don't care, you know?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. And then on the other hand, we really just care about our members. Don't want them to, you know, come in and get infected, and the whole gym have to shut down for like a year or like just close down.
Yeah.
It's too much on the line. So we closed for 2 weeks, like good 2 weeks, like just shut. Nothing happens. And then after that, I think we decided to jump back on, but we're gonna launch. We launched a nutrition camp. We launched a kind of like an online stuff. We launched a remote coaching program. And then we also we pushed for our PT sessions, because you are kind of allowed to do those one-on-one stuff now. And also open gym spots where we kind of just start selling for every hour you can have 3 people. And you gotta keep this each other, you know? And also everyone in the gym, you're forced to wear masks. You have to wear masks to work out. And a lot of people were like,
that makes things a little harder.
a lot of conditioning is gonna get a lot better.
Yeah, that 40-minute AMRAP suddenly is a lot harder.
Yeah, we had a lot of bikes and stuff, and people on the whiteboard, and people were just like, maybe not with the mask on. Yeah, we sell masks on the front desk. We make sure everyone has their, you know, China, like, they can actually track your whole traveling history.
I've heard about that
on the app. So it's super simple for us to see it. They don't show like exactly where you've been. They just see like if you've been to those flagged areas, and those flagged areas change day to day. You get those reports like how many new cases found where, and then if a new city is kind of like flagged today or not, right? Or some cities are just coming out of the flag list.
Mm-hmm.
So that changes a lot. We see kind of like on the WeChat or Alipay, that's kind of like a 2 app we must have in China to survive. WeChat is basically our like kind of like WhatsApp and messages, all the kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And with the payment, everything on it. Alipay is the other one just for payment and stuff. You just drop down and then the QR code will show. And then if it's green, and then you're good to go. It tracks your whole, like if your cell phone, your cellular data has been to other cities, have changed server and stuff like that. So it's super smart and then easy for government to control.
So what happens if it's like not green?
Red.
Yeah.
Bye.
So they do they like force a quarantine or
yes.
what? Okay.
So if it's red, right, you can't go to public areas. You force a 14 days of quarantine at least, right? Our gyms force a 21 days quarantine if you're red. Okay. And then other things like we kind of have to clean it up every hour. After people go, we just have to like spray alcohol everywhere. Every hour, like all the gym staff are just like, so that was the policy kind of during that period. When we reopened, we just have to control the traffic. You get the temperature at the door. Okay. You have to register your ID number, your information every day when you enter this building. And then where you've been, you have to show the QR code, and then that gets you to our front desk. Yeah, there's a lot of precautions taken just to get you through the door. And then get you through the door, you have to kind of like, with us, you have to register again with your informations. And then you have to sanitize in front of us. Yeah, and you must have a mask. If you don't, we sell you one on a low price, and then you come in, and you have to leave the building within an hour.
So, okay, and this is okay. Forgive me because I'm going to be asking questions that honestly,
Go ahead.
Yeah. Who is it that's checking temperatures? Like, is there someone assigned to every place of business or something that's just there to check temperatures and the QR code?
So, for us, it's ourselves. So I have all my staff kind of like each one are in different kind of like they're in charge of different things. Some are doing the temperature at the door. Some are doing the sanitizer thing. Some are doing like the kind of the cleaning and stuff. Some are kind of just monitoring the gym not being too populated, over 3 people. And then yeah,
1, 2, 3.
There you go. Yeah. And then so for us, we check temperature once, and then at the door, so we're in the basement, right? At the door, you get checked by the building management. And then when you come down, you get checked again. So basically, you have a temperature gun on your head all the time.
Oh my God. So
yeah,
what's the what's like the cultural reaction to this, right? Like within your gym or just within the city of people having to suddenly add this level of complexity to their lives just to get back to normal.
The city was empty. Everyone follows the rule so good. What? And it makes me so surprised. 20 million people city. That's just for locals, right? You have all the traveling people coming into Shanghai. 20 million. And then that's just like a base number. And then you don't see anyone on the street.
They just followed the rules. That's crazy because people like I don't know if you saw the news, but in like Florida, as they were shutting down, people were still doing spring break. Like thousands of people were still getting together to do spring break.
Dude, I have so much respect for China at this moment. Like during that moment, God, everyone was just like care about the whole situation, and no one's risking it because of their own interest, you know? Like the business and everyone is following it. Back then, we didn't know like our rent will get any release, right? But everyone was just taking a hit. They were okay with it. All the gym members, they were like, everyone wants to work out, but they're still like staying home and trying to like be calm. We post home workouts every day. That's kind of like a given, right? Every gym is doing that. Get people kind of like still, moving, and then the community is still alive. That kind of type of stuff.
Yeah.
But that's like the least we can do. On top of that, there's so much more, and then so when we first opened up, we did a couple of things, try to get some income in to stay alive, and then at the same time, 3 weeks is a very long time, and then we have to pause everyone's membership. You can't start charging them.
So you guys were required to pause people's membership.
No, I just did it because it's the right thing to do.
Oh, okay. I believe it. I respect
it. The right thing to do because we're not providing any type of service they signed up at the first place, right?
Yeah.
We are providing other services, but if you want to charge for that, go ahead. But they're not coming to the gym. They're not enjoying the fancy showers, the towels, the staff, the coaching, all that kind of stuff, right? So that's not what they're paying for. So I paused everyone's membership. That's a big loss. And at the same time, still have to pay all the staff, right? And the rent. So that's like a very, very tough time. At the end of the kind of the quarantine, I kind of start talking to our staffs, and then I was like, I'm not taking any salary this month. And same for my wife is taking 50% haircut just because we need some money for the rent and vegetables. And then I was like, guys, if you're okay, just take the kind of like help out. And then they were still working back then. They were still coming in, right? Just take the salary for the days you came in. Like if you were home, kind of like just help out and then kind of taking a haircut there. And everyone was okay with it. So our team really pulled together. I asked a lot from them, and then they actually came through. I was super proud of it. And then that's one of the reasons we're still alive. And then talking to our landlords, some are, so if you're actually like owned by the government, you have to give 2 months rent free. That's kind of like, so kind of like a perk with the Chinese government. If you have a little bit percentage of share from the government, then 2 months is the minimum. And then on top of that, there are so many like kind of like tax policies, house fair, is that what the word? Yeah. Those type of policies around it, just to help out with the cost. The bank are kind of like releasing a lot of no interest loans, things like that, to help out the small business get through this period. So one of our location got 2 months off, and then one of it get 1 month off. The landlords from outside of China, so they don't play by the same. It's basically they are just helping out, for the 1 month. They're not required to actually.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of them.
Yeah, that's very, very nice to actually do that. Very thankful.
You guys are looking, so, coming through that really rough time, not charging your members and, sort of taking a pay cut yourself and having your staff take a little bit of a pay cut as well. You guys are through that at this point, and it's looking like you've made it clean to the other side. Like you're going to be financially able to stay solvent, basically.
Yeah. So one of the good things that get us through is we had a huge cash reserve right before, like I mentioned in November, and also we just had a lot of investment money. We weren't ready to spend on new gyms. We were planning on opening new gyms, and then now we're just sitting in the bank because it's not a good time to open up. Obviously,
hard to believe. Yeah.
That money gave us a lot of confidence too. Kind of like, guys, we're not gonna go bankrupt. Even without a year, without income, we're good. We're safe, but all we need to do is kind of like keep us close to like kind of profitable line, and keep the company healthy. Because I really think it's important for the company to stay financially healthy. And then, so that's one of the things that get us through that tough time. Other things like I mentioned, you need to try to do every little things that helps. So all the aspects, like renting your equipment. We didn't actually do that, but because like there are too many members and then we can't really play fair, so we didn't do it. But I see other gyms doing it. It played out pretty well, right? Doing remote coaching program, like if you're coming in to the gym, or we're gonna have a coach one-on-one, kind of like talk to you about your nutrition, your other aspects of training, and how do you get the best out of training during this period. Those things kind of bring some cash flow for the coaches. We don't take much of that part. So just for the coaches to kind of like still have a income during that time. I see a lot of other gyms, they are running coaches on a part-time basis. And then for those coaches, I feel really bad because they're just not going to get anything. We pay a pretty good base. So whether or not they have classes, they still are good. Okay.
Yeah.
Coming through, I think it was just like 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, we had a meeting. That's when the government released a document that if you file for reopening, and then like you take all the precautions you can, and then you kind of register all the precautions online. Then you can open your door and have classes. And we have government officials come into our door checking all the time about if we're taking that precautions. They're checking like how many people per hour. They're checking like if you have a sanitized record for every hour. All those things.
Yeah.
And we have people like pretend they're not government officials, just coming in and then taking the whole routine, like walk through the whole thing, and see if we are actually treating all the customers.
Yeah.
Not pretending we are.
How long do you think you guys are going to have to do that?
So actually now the masks are off, right?
Okay.
Any during the classes, you're fully open. You're good to go. People don't have to wear masks to work out. We still check temperature and your QR code because that says a lot. And then right now, the new cases in Shanghai, most are foreign cases, kind of traveling in, right? Not anything like from local or within China, right? So some precautions are still taken by the government and by us, but just not as severe as before. Like people are kind of like back on the street, but everyone is wearing a mask still. Like I just, like no one forced them to.
Yeah.
And people are just like, they just care.
Yeah. The compliance, I think that's one of the things. So like, one of the reasons why I'm really fascinated in having this conversation, one, it's because get an insight into how things are on the streets for a small business owner and his staff in Shanghai. Right. And then the other part of this is to see what types of information we can kind of share with affiliates across the world who are dealing with this sort of thing. And like, the fact that you guys were closed down for about 3 weeks and then it started opening up a little bit more with these more stringent rules, like we're approaching 2 weeks ish already here. And I mean, they've already said that it's going to be extended through the end of April. So it's going to be another 4 weeks at least. And who knows, like, in a couple weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, they might extend it even further into May. So we're really looking. Yeah.
It's crazy because you don't know when the end is. Because again, the government said like say end of April, end of February, but you don't know if on March 1st there will be another document saying like, oh guys, you got closed for the rest of the year, because all the like sporting events, right, for our competitions, we are forced to push after June at that moment. So they're like everything before May canceled, all the expo, everything that's gonna be populated area and stuff like that. No.
Yeah, because you guys were scheduled. ACC is scheduled. Well, it's supposed to be what, like 2 weeks?
Yeah, April like 20 something, 29th. Yeah.
So you'd be like getting into the meat of like the most stressful part of the year, pretty much leading into this event at this point. And you guys rescheduled. You were one of the first events to reschedule. It was either you or the Italian Showdown that rescheduled first. I can't remember which one it was, but it was within a couple days, I think. And you guys have rescheduled, and you already said your date. Like you guys are locked in for July 3rd, 4th, 5th. Is that still the plan?
So that is, I think, still the plan, but we don't know. So we are not sure, to be honest. And then to all our athletes who are asking the same questions to us privately, we answer the same thing. So if we're going to play by the situation, because right now China put a travel ban on a lot of countries, so you can't really come in.
Right.
In the end, if we host it, it's gonna be like a Chinese national.
Yeah.
Without any foreign athletes. And one of the reason we do this is because we want to see like the people from outside, the athletes from outside, and coming in and kind of like trying to learn from the best and kind of push the Chinese athletes to the next level. Yeah. But if like no one's coming in, that kind of purpose is not going to be fulfilled.
So what happens if it seems like we're getting closer and closer to the CrossFit Games basically being either forced to postpone or cancel, or having something to completely change it in some way, shape, or form. I mean, with the Olympic Games being moved to next year, like that kind of gives you an idea that it's going to be tough to congregate 50,000 people in Madison, Wisconsin in August. So, what happens if, the games have to either move or can't happen this year? Like, are you guys still going to hold an event?
So if the games postpone, we'll do the same. We just follow the games and do it next season. Because still we don't want to risk athletes' life, to just come in here and then because they have to quarantine for another 14 days, they have to travel way before, right? And then after that, when they travel back, I think there will still be trouble, So we'll see. We'll see if it gets like a lot better in the next month or so, and then if not, we're just gonna tell everyone like we're gonna move to the next season.
So, to look a little bit broader at this, it's hard to really tell from outside of China, what the collective feeling is, right? Because I can describe how it is in the States. It's like confusion. It's some people are just like, this is dumb. I can't believe we're wasting our time trying to like stay inside right now. It's not going to be that severe. It's not that important. We're tanking the economy. Like, so some people are really railing against it. Other people are just terrified and super anxious all the time. And there's a lot of uncertainty, right? And I'm curious in your experience, what is it like? What's the general feeling? Obviously you can't speak for the entire continent or the entire, country or the populace, but just your read on it, since you get to interact with so many people on a regular basis.
So at the beginning, I think Chinese, like all the media stuff, paint a really good picture and realistic picture of how bad things are. Like even when Hubei was, not telling us the actual information. And then our Shanghai mayor took his job right away. So and the government admit to their kind of like their wrongdoing of not like releasing the information for like about a couple of days actually, and then they corrected right away, and then all the safety measure was taken super fast. So they kind of give people a little bit confidence there.
Yeah.
But at the meantime, people are like, I would say like really scared, and then just not, just very confused because they see all the things on media and then all the stuff that's from Hubei, from Wuhan. It's the hospital scenes, the videos and stuff like that. It's just very crazy. The government built a hospital in like 7 days. All the cases are moving to that hospital. And then Shanghai had that before because of the SARS, right? So it's outside the city. All the cases in Shanghai, which is a huge city, they are just moved right away to the hospital. So the hospital itself is quarantined. When you are checking in, you won't risk of getting, cross-infected, in other hospital. You're just going to this one, and no matter whether you're confirmed or not, you're quarantined over there.
Yeah.
So those are kind of like, those are the like basic rules that we kind of play over here. And I think played really well because it was over very fast. And then the members had a lot of trust. And then also they know we're not going down. So they have more confidence kind of buying back. We don't have a subscription model here. You can't really run that. Right now it's kind of illegal. Other payment system is still working on it. But because of the credit, what do you call it? Security fraud, credibility fraud, things like that. So people have to buy in every time they kind of just, you have to resell it every time they expire.
So every month you basically have to reconvince your members to pay for another month.
Yeah. So, and also every 3 months or every year, you have to do the same thing. So that's a lot of effort into that. But during this time, how we did it, the precautions and stuff like that, and people were stuck in home for 3 weeks or 4 weeks or even more, they have like a kind of like a revenge type of mindset, you know, like I'm just gonna get all the fitness I can, like right now, you know.
Yeah. Ready to get after it.
Yeah, exactly. And then it actually helps us financially a lot, right? And people are buying in. Like I said in the beginning of the interview, we have more members than we end up like before. So this is growing like really fast. Every week we're picking up like 10 and 20 new members. They're just getting referral from the old members, and they're like, you know, let's just work our ass off. You know, we it's time. The time is now. And then they all join. So by the end of, like you said, end of the day, there is a light in the end of the tunnel. You know,
is there, you know, sort of looking forward, one of the questions that we have a lot, and I discuss a ton with my friends out here, and people are always asking me about it because I'm always asking them about it, is, you know, what is going to be the new normal, quote unquote, going forward? Because obviously things are going to be different. You know, behavior is just going to change a little bit. People are going to start, you know, looking at things a little bit differently after having spent this type of time dealing with something like this. I'm curious, have you seen any changes? Like, are people behaving differently other than just itching to get back into the gym? You know, are you seeing people, you know, maybe change the way that they work or change the way that they live their lives with like daycare and childcare and schooling and stuff like that?
Well, for me, I did change a lot. You know, just from the health-wise, like we just clean our hands a lot. And then, you know, we do wear masks when we go to public. And I do get sick before, like every couple, like 2 months. I go to the hospital, had to get IV shots, and then to kind of calm my fever down.
Huh.
Just very weird for myself, right? And then now I haven't had fever for like what, almost
all that hand washing, dude. All that hand washing.
All the hand washing. Because I bite my nails before, right?
Me
like,
too. I still bite my nails. It's not good.
And I never knew that my nails grow so fast until like now, because there's no way I can bite my nails with the mask on. So it was like every week I have to actually cut it. It was like, oh my God, it's a new thing for me, huh? And I don't get sick anymore. That's one thing. That's like the biggest thing on top of my head.
Yeah.
And then other than that, people I think they do care about their fitness, and then the way they eat. You know, they're trying to eat very, very healthy. Our nutrition camp was just filled every time. So we launch it kind of every 4 to 8 weeks. So we launch a new one. The first one was like before, and then like a second one was about to happen, and then we got so many people signing up. And then with the day-to-day in the gyms, people are, you know, cleaning their own equipment more often. They're just showing up more regularly, you know. Yeah. So
very cool, dude. Well, Max,
yeah.
Thank you, man. Thank you for your time. Thank you for, you know, giving us some insight into some of the practices that you had and kind of what it was like going through that out there. I think just hearing it, just being able to talk about it and hear it will help some people. You know, it's rough. I mean, I was an affiliate. My brother and I were affiliate owners in Los Angeles for 5 or 6 years. And, you know, I really, my heart goes out to like all the affiliates who are struggling right now, because I know that if we were forced to close for 2 months, like it would have been the end of the business. So, you know, I think it just helps to hear, you know, the perspective and where you guys are at and how things are going. So I really appreciate you telling us about that.
Absolutely. Anything I can help with, you know.
And hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully the season is salvaged and like your event goes off, but like, who knows? It's so difficult to say, like, or hopefully it doesn't and this goes away so that next year we're okay. Like, I honestly don't even know what to hope for. So I'm just going to leave it as is and just say, I hope you guys are healthy and stay healthy. How's that sound?
Yeah, that's good. This is one tip I would say: just prepare for the worst, and then that will usually play out really, really well for us. And then reality always, you know, just a little bit better than your hopes.
Fantastic. Yeah. Thanks, Max. I appreciate it, man.
Cool. No problem, man. Thanks for inviting me on this.
Absolutely.
Thanks to Armin and Max for taking the time to do that. And I think once again, just, some wise words: prepare for the worst, hope for the best, and hopefully we'll get through this as quickly as we possibly can.
Yeah. And Max even said that, they ended up with more members, because of the sense of urgency and a few of the other elements. A lot of people are reaching out in the chat right now saying good morning from all parts of the world.
Yeah,
so
good evening to us. This is, Talking Elite Fitness After Dark here. We're at about midnight almost.
Almost midnight,
Almost midnight. It's almost Saturday officially for us. We'll be with you for about another hour. And then we're going to turn things over to the very capable hands of Niki Brazier. But before we move on here, there are a lot of cool things going on here with this United in Movement event that we're doing here. Of course, people can donate money. They can sign up for the competition. And there's a lot of opportunity too for people, not only people, but also their gyms to win some pretty cool prizes here.
Yeah. You have some packs from Assault Fitness that include, there's 2 of them, I believe, that includes a bike or an assault bike and a runner. Your Rogue barbell packs, you have, prizes like supplements, shoes. You have some special brand specific stuff.
Yeah.
Noble created a shoe. Born Primitive is donating proceeds from apparel that's going on. RPM has a custom rope. Filt 50, Move Fast, Live Heavy has a shirt. 13 Fit Apparel. A ton of brands are getting involved in creating custom stuff just for this movement, and to where if you purchase that, or if you end up donating and buying, you get stuff. So at least a portion of the proceeds go to this as well. I think there's actually a reward for the gym that has the most athletes registered under their name too. So if you're a gym out there and you have a ton of athletes supporting this movement, then you reap the benefits as well, and you can get some cool prizes as a result of your gym's participation.
Yeah, if you guys are watching this stream on YouTube and you haven't been to the official website yet, head over to unitedinmovement.org. All the information is on there about how you can sign up for the cool event that they have going and how you can donate to a really good cause. A lot of what we're doing in these 24 hours is just bringing people together in movement. We've been showing some home workouts. We showed you, I think most recently we showed you Ant and his girlfriend over there in Hong Kong working out in a very small space and showing how you can make use of that. But now we're probably going to turn our attention to, I think, to a group that has much more square footage to work out in. I mean, you and I have both had the pleasure of going to Cookeville, Tennessee, and seeing CrossFit Mayhem. I mean, that place is like a mecca of fitness.
Oh man, it's become one of the epicenters of CrossFit world, both competitively and as an affiliate that people can kind of model after, because, obviously within the town of Cookeville, you have Rich Froning, you have the Mayhem team, you have Matt Fraser, Tia Toomey, you have past teenage champions, Andrew DeChico, Nick Palladino is there for a little while. Haley Adams is there going to Tennessee Tech. So you have this huge kind of incubator, if you will, of CrossFit Games talent. And then on top of that, you have a world-class affiliate running fitness for the masses that provides a host of different workout programs as well. And it's outside of just the regular CrossFit classes that you see.
Yeah, I think you and I just got fitter by just standing in that place. They have a program, and it's called the M30. So we're going to take a look at what exactly that CrossFit Mayhem offers for people who may not have a ton of gear, may not have a ton of time, but still want to get fit.
So it's just me and Tasia. Tasia's the creator of the M30 workouts. So Tasia is going to walk us through an M30 workout, a Mayhem 30 workout. Because we know a lot of you guys don't have any equipment, so here you go. No equipment, just fitness.
You're gonna be my demo?
I'll be your demo.
Great. Welcome to M30.
Welcome, class.
Welcome everyone here. We're gonna start with 3 rounds. 10 lunge, elbow to the floor. These are gonna be alternating. So Rich is gonna step out into a lunge. With his left arm, he's gonna try and reach that elbow down to the floor. If you can make it, great. If not, no big deal. Step back, switch, reach that right arm down. We're gonna go 10 total. Then he's gonna go 10 inchworms. So he's gonna try and keep those legs as locked out as he can. He's gonna walk those hands out to a push-up. Beautiful.
So clearly there's something wrong with that video. We're going to get that squared up and then we're going to go back to them, or they're just very caffeinated at this point of the show because some twitchy movement going on there. But we're going to get that figured out. But if you had, let me ask you this while we get this figured out. If you had, just one workout that you could do, kind of your go-to workout without any equipment, or maybe just minimal equipment, maybe you could go to a park and do it. What would it be?
Man, if minimal equipment, I would say if I could go find a pull-up bar, I think Cindy is a fantastic one. And I think other variations. So I loop Murph in as a Cindy variation.
I would agree with that.
Hit the 20 minutes. I think those are Cindy in particular. You look at the time domain at 20 minutes. You look at the volume that you can hit, and it's a very clear, measurable one. And also, if you're really good at Cindy, there's a mental element to it as well, because you're basically spinning your wheels for a while. And I think at a certain point, when you're just kind of hammering through body weight movements like that, it can be pretty mind numbing. And so there's a mental aspect to be able to stay focused, to be able to keep your rep pace up to what you want. And especially if you get into the 20 plus rounds. I mean, I think I remember Chris Spieler doing like 34, 36 back in the day, man. Or maybe even doing like 28 with a vest on. That Cindy is something that you can easily dress up a little bit by adding a few components like a vest that you can still build on a handful of things. Just saw a recent study, I believe it was a post from WOD Science, talking about how banded push-ups do just as much to help build strength as a bench press. So there's a ton of ways you can adapt these body weight movements to actually help your fitness long-term. Yeah,
I'd have to agree with the Cindy thing. I remember when I first started CrossFit and I would go home to visit my parents, there wasn't like a CrossFit gym near them. So I'd go like to the local elementary school and use this crappy pull-up bar, and like that was in wood chips. I'd have to put like a towel down to do push-ups, but it definitely it did the trick. Like you said, it doesn't have to, like Pat Sherwood always says this, doesn't have to be complicated or sexy to be effective. And that's certainly one of those workouts that is effective.
Yeah. It's funny you mentioned that, because actually the first Cindy that I did was in my, at my parents' house. And those pull-up bars that you hook into the doorway that like usually puts you at the end of the wrong side of a gym fail video. That was actually how I did my first Cindy. So, it looked awful. I think I got like 9 rounds or something. Not that that's bad, obviously, but it's something that I kind of have a love-hate relationship. And 10 years into CrossFit, I'm still finding ways to improve on it. So there's a considerable amount of growth there within the workout for people to improve on as well.
Well, we have some time to kill because that video right now isn't going to work. So I'm not sure what we're doing. So let's just answer some. Until someone tells me what we're doing, let's just answer some questions for the people on YouTube. We actually had some questions coming from people on the chat, reached out for anyone that's watching. I'm over here monitoring all the chat room remarks. So if you have some questions, toss them in the chat. We'll answer them. I actually had one for you that was okay. Let's go.
That was pretty fun. This one's maybe stepping into the sport arena outside of fitness. And it was Sean as a LA Rams fan. You can see that Jack Youngblood jersey over your shoulder.
Greatest Ram of all.
If you could have one Rams player from any time on the Rams right now, who would it be?
Knee-jerk reaction, I'd have to say Eric Dickerson because I need a running back. But when I think about it, I'd probably have to say Marshall Faulk. More versatile, I think more suited towards today's game. Ooh. So that'd be where I go.
People don't, I think, obviously Hall of Famer, but I think people don't realize just how good he was.
Oh, he was unbelievably good. What else we got here?
Let's see.
So keep the questions coming because it is now song and dance time here, courtesy of Talking Elite Fitness.
So someone asked, any tips for eating healthy on a budget? Also, for an aspiring CrossFit athlete, is diet tracking necessary?
Why don't you take the first one? You have nutrition dialed in a little better, I think, than I do.
Yeah.
Although I feel like I eat pretty well.
Yeah. I feel like good nutrition isn't that expensive.
Yeah.
If you dial in a handful of staples that you can predictably eat in bulk, right? For example, for here in the United States, you have things like Costco and Sam's Club and these bulk things. Like I can go and buy 10 pounds of sweet potatoes at Costco for $9.
Such a deal.
That is a fantastic
How can you help
deal.
but not buy that?
I know. And you can get, basically sweet potatoes and a good carb for, very cheap. And if, you're buying chicken in bulk, you're buying, steak in bulk, and you're being smart and freezing, I think you have to look outside of the traditional grocery store options in terms of just saying, like, I'm going to buy meal to meal. And, this kind of comes back to some of the old principles of like meal prep and buying in bulk and planning ahead. You can get chicken, beef, all of the different meat and protein options, as well as a handful of other things at a much steeper discount if you buy in bulk and then, do things like plan to freeze it and, meal prep at a time, in big chunks at a time. So I don't necessarily think it's that expensive. I just think a lot of times we get caught up in, like, and I'm guilty of this myself, it's like, what costs more, a fresh mango or a bag of them dried mangoes? It's like $20,
And them dried mangoes are tasty.
Oh yeah.
Man, you cannot eat just one of those things.
I mean, you could go and buy a Costco thing of Greek yogurt, but do you really need those coconut flakes to go on top of that?
Yes, you do.
You do. But those are like the little things. I think those little like luxuries that people look at that maybe you can squeeze to fit in your macros and diet tracking and stuff like that. But that really kind of ramp up the price. The basics, the things that, the meat, fish, eggs, fruits and vegetables aren't that expensive. If you're trying to buy like dragon fruit and tins of blackberries, in the middle of the winter, it's going to be expensive, but you can learn what things are in season, which will help drive down costs, and kind of plan your meals accordingly. Because if you actually do your research and your homework and it's not that much more expensive because for the sake of convenience, like that people, buy fast food and stuff like that. That's one of the reasons why it's technically cheaper is time. Right. So,
yeah, I think there was a question about macro tracking too. And I would say really fast before we get to our next thing, I would say do it if you want to dial things in, because I think it's a valuable tool. It's like for me, when I started doing that, I was like, oh man, I need to eat more protein, or I'm not eating enough good carbs. So I think it's good. I don't know if you have to do it all the time, but it's good to just give you a general idea of where to start. And then you can kind of build from there once you have it dialed in. I don't know if you need to track it, but it kind of is an eye opener if you've never done it before, that sometimes maybe you're not getting enough carbs, or maybe you're eating too much of one thing. So yeah, I think the macro tracking is actually a really good tool. We're going to move ahead.
Okay.
And we're going to talk about this was kind of like the Atlas Games were sort of the beginning of the cancellations.
Okay.
And you were in Quebec when this happened. And, it looked like it was actually, they were going to pull this off, but then at the last minute, they had to pull the plug. What was the mood like on the ground there when all this was going on?
It was very tense, really, really tense. I think everyone understood the gravity of the situation in terms of, we're in the midst of this global pandemic, but I think it was almost like that, like we didn't quite want to face the music of it, like Canada was in a slightly different spot than the United States was. And the rig was being built, athletes were checking in. So it felt like this very difficult, it's like ripping that Band-Aid off, like you don't want to do it, but you just got to, because so much had gone into the event. And, Alexi and all of the staff there did a great job of like exploring all the proper channels and options just in case, and then ultimately making the right decision to postpone, as heartbreaking as it was. But it was tense there, man, because really there was still some confusion about what this full scope of this thing was going to be. Yeah, well, you obviously have a very unique perspective on this, and we wanted to give people an idea with what we're going to show you next about what exactly the mood was like there, and why and how the decision was made to cancel the first sanction event that had to say, you know what, this just isn't going to happen. So take a look at this.
It's mostly in the last, I'd say 12 hours. It went bad all over the world. We talked to like health and safety last week regarding like events, and they were, as long as you're not the 5,000 people event or more, you don't have anything to do. We're gonna take like precautions and tell people and just try to handle it our best, but there was no reason till then to shut it down. And like we talked this morning again, and they said, well, the setup is already there, everyone's in town, so the event is gonna happen, and that might change in the next 12 hours, I don't know. I don't think someone's gonna come here and say, shut it down, or, I don't know. This is mostly what we've been doing for the last 4 years. We're doing this again this year with better crowd and better athletes. Well, we'll see. And then we might be the last sanctional for the next 3 months, so we're gonna make sure it's good. I don't know what's it gonna look like economically in the next few hours. The small companies like mine, like yours, those are gonna be the one affected, as always. We cannot afford to just shut it down. And Wodapalooza or West Coast are bigger events, but they cannot afford that too. They have bigger expenses. So I'll still be able to sell some stuff online.
As you can see, we've got all the equipment out, and it's tough getting it here, and we obviously got it here, and the rig's half set up, and now we're waiting. So we'll see what happens. Obviously the coronavirus, and it's got everybody worried, so we'll see what happens.
I just hope they don't cancel this. Like we're all here.
I bet we do it, just no fans.
I told them, fuck it. We 6 workouts, right? Let's do it. Let's do it today. Like just get it in, get it done.
Constantly varied.
That's what everybody trained for, right? I want to get.
Just waiting, man. We're waiting to get the news. You know, it's like we're like all the extended family sitting outside of the delivery room, and we're waiting for like Dad to kick open the door and be like, "It's a girl," and everybody go nuts. Except we want him to say, "It's happening."
It's happening.
You know. I think the fate of the weekend is being figured out in that room.
We're waiting to know what the city decides, if they shut down the old building, if they're shutting down, they already shut down the pool. And then we got to see what we can do, if we can do something after that, because there's a chance we can run a smaller event.
I think they'll let us compete.
I hope so.
Yeah.
It's tough. Like even let's say all the events that postponed get rescheduled for June. We're gonna do like 4 sanctionals a weekend every week until the games. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy.
Maybe some people can't travel, but I am from Argentina. Yeah. I can't come back if they postpone.
Yeah. Right. Like this is your only shot, right?
Yeah. I've been in Wodapalooza. I traveled to Miami. And then I say, okay, I will stay a month in the US because it's cheaper for me to be here and compete in Canada than travel again and again and again. So I can't compete anymore if they postpone.
What do you want to do, right? So we gotta trust these governments to keep us safe. And I mean, I think everyone understands the situation. Everyone has to sacrifice something in that.
Let's say we still run it without a crowd, we still run it local affiliate, and someone gets that goddamn virus. I think that
There's
like
literally
this
nothing.
morning, like there was nothing.
Nothing, I know.
Just
Literally
got
nothing.
Fucking crazy. And then you guys were all coming and like, is it happening? Well, yes. Like there was nothing, and then was like, well, it might not happen. And then, well, you'll be able to do it, but like with
No fans.
Yeah,
which, whatever.
Well, I don't care, man. I just want to do it. And then, like, just before we went live, because at that point we decided to shut it down, like, just to make sure everyone's fine. And then they just got
We're going to get back to that video, but we have important business to take care of, Tommy. That's the 19-minute buzzer, and we're going to do 19 high knees.
Oh, I just slammed a Z.
High is going to be a relative term for me right now.
All right,
here we go.
Oh.
Okay, we're done. Let's go. I think we have more of that video to show. So we're done with our movement. Back to the video.
We're shutting it down anyway. So
Oh, the government just came in and just nixed it.
So like we tried fucking everything to get it. Like, I mean, you guys are there, so just try to make it at some point, even if it's late or whatever. So, all right,
love you, bro.
Yep. Thank you, man.
They're all over the place. One example was they wanted to do cancel out every non-elite division, have the divisions only compete on one single day, like individuals get Friday, teams get Saturday, individuals get Sunday again. Try and limit the number of people that showed up. That one didn't work because they were talking about closing down the entire venue. Another idea was to spread it all across to local gyms, but then they don't have the staffing and they don't necessarily have the ability to keep quality control high, and then the question comes into place like, is it actually a good test? At the end of the day, no matter what solutions they came up with, it was like they still were running up against the possibility that they might come up with a way of doing it, get everyone on board, lock everyone in, start the clock, and then 2 heats into the first event, get a call from the municipality telling them, hey guys, instead of it being 250 people, now the limit's 100 people. And then what do? You've already started the competition, people are here. So at the end of the day, like, postponing the event is by far the best solution that they could come up with, and it just sucks that it happens to be that this is the event that was on its way to happening this weekend when all that went down.
Now we got to figure out how to get all this packed back up and sent back home. Yeah. It's been a stressful month. Not a good day.
You want to go for dinner tonight?
I think everybody's going to go for dinner.
We gotta eat though. We might be affected and infected, but still gotta eat. Think restaurants are gonna be open?
Well, obviously things didn't go the way we had hoped. There was a lot of work, a lot of stress from the team and everybody involved, and obviously we went to extreme measures to make sure to even get the equipment here. It cost us a lot of money to get the equipment here, and this is almost funny. Maybe I'm delirious. But it's the final nail in the coffin on this event. Obviously, it's a massive hit to a company of our size. We're just a small team. There's 4 of us. You know, I self-invest everything in the company. So I self-fund the company. So this is a big hit. But, you know, like I told the team at Atlas, we win as a team, lose as a team, and you know, we'll bounce back as a team, and we'll rally back, and hopefully we continue to get the support of the community, and they understand that Tidax is a family-owned and operated company in Canada, and we're trying to be in the community and support the athletes and the events, and hopefully they'll support us back. So we'll bounce back. We'll rally the team, and we'll be back.
What are you going to do if there's no competition?
We're going to do it at the gym with some guys. Yeah, just for fun, just to do some workouts and have a good weekend. Yeah. It's going to be nice.
That'll be cool.
So as we're sitting here watching that, a thought just kind of hit me, and it's what they did there with the Atlas Games is similar to kind of what we're doing now, and just making the best out of a bad situation and trying to find a way to move and get in some fitness.
Yeah, totally. I mean, you look at and some of that was driven by the people that were directly involved, the community, right? And you had these athletes basically kind of coming up with this idea, hey, we're all here, we're all still fit, and we have some fitness to show. Why not get together and throw down and have a good time and have something to walk away from, at least as a solid memory amongst, a bunch of people that didn't get the opportunity to throw down on the competition floor.
Yeah. And that's, again, was the first sanctioned event when the storm was kind of on the horizon that had to kind of give into what was going on and cancel. And I know that kind of left you scrambling as well, because you were supposed to be there for the whole weekend.
Yeah. I mean, the ripple effects of something like that, it's hard to fully touch on all of them, but at least from my perspective, being on the road to cover the event, having to figure out when do I need to get home and when I can get home, because you don't know, sanctions were coming left and right, and you didn't know how they were going to adjust travel schedules as well. So, ultimately I had to come home early as well. And, things kind of unfolded from there.
Yeah. And I think that piece gave us a really good look as to what goes into putting on an event, because when an event is done well, obviously you see the end product, and nothing that goes on behind the scenes really factors in, because it's done so well that you don't notice that stuff. But that's really the stuff that makes those events go. And right now we want to bring in our friend Greg Lanctot. He is the media director of the Atlas Games. We have him on the line right now. Greg's a friend of ours. We got to work with him over in Ireland at the Filthy 150. He also serves as a floor announcer, also a fan of the Los Angeles Kings. So big friend of mine for that. But Greg, I know that look, this event, these things don't come together overnight, and you guys put in a lot of work. And how much goes into putting on an event of this scale?
Oh man, it's like Alexi said, it's been 18 months in the making. So 18 months since the last Atlas version, and then so many things unfolded. I mean, getting sanctioned and having to get our official date in March. So much work. And like Alexi said, who's actually the event director, it worked for 17 months, 29 days and a half until 12 hours before the event, where the government shut everything down. So that one hit hard.
And Greg, obviously, you know, I got to spend some time with you out there on site. And obviously it was a kind of a tough atmosphere. How would you say the mood and atmosphere in Montreal and amongst the Atlas community is now compared to what it was just a few weeks ago?
Strangely enough, I think this was still good times back in the day. Back in the day, 3 weeks ago when you were there, it was. I mean, the support of the community was great on that day. It was having Alexi and I, and you also, Tommy and Armin, had to announce 400 athletes that were pretty much sitting in the stands or waiting in their Montreal hotel room to see if we were postponing, shutting it down or whatever. Now, I mean, it seems like this is miles away. Everyone is home. Everyone is trying to get, I mean, and that you saw in the documentary, the little event that we did the next day at Deca CrossFit that Sam Cornoyer put in for the athletes that were there. It was probably the last little fun event that we had to do for a little while.
Greg, I think the ironic thing about this whole situation is that you guys actually had a prior hurdle that you had to get over that had to do with equipment getting to your event. What went on with the delivery of the equipment that you were going to need to have in order to put on this event?
The whole story is that there was a problem with the Canadian government. There was actually an argument with the Canadian government and the indigenous population. So they had a block on the railroads. And we couldn't get the equipment that was all the way in Vancouver to Montreal. So that's the same as, let's say, California and New York. So it's a big country. So they had to actually get the container back to the warehouse in a truck, load in a truck, and then drive all the way from the country, from Vancouver to Montreal, get to Montreal on Tuesday night, start building on Thursday morning, and Thursday at noon. Next thing you know, our Prime Minister gets in and tells everyone that this event cannot happen. So when you see in the documentary Chad from Tydax, I think he couldn't believe yet what was happening, you know.
And we saw in the documentary there a little bit, you know, just the emotional and impact that it had on everyone having to announce. I mean, as kind of like a liaison and friend to Alexi, like how is the rest of the Atlas Games, I guess, like the directors and the crew handling things, and has there been any sort of talks and how you guys are going to move forward?
Well, Alexi and I speak several times a week, but our hands are tied right now. I mean, no one knows what will happen with the season. Is there going to be any sanctional? Is there even going to be the CrossFit Games? I mean, Dave Castro spoke on your podcast a couple of days ago about CrossFit doesn't even know if there's going to be the CrossFit Games going in, and we don't even know the situation with the governments right now. I mean, we hope that this pandemic goes by very fast and everyone stays safe and healthy. No one knows. I mean, let's say the situation resolves in Canada and we can run an event this summer. I mean, can international athletes still fly in? We don't know that. We don't know if the borders are going to be open. So for us, as well as for any sanctional around the world right now, it's a big question about how travel is going to be, or at least that's a question that I have and that we, the Atlas staff, has as well. So, yeah.
Greg, obviously there's a financial component to this whole thing too. I don't want to ask you for an amount or anything like that, but I'm sure you guys lost some money having to postpone this event. So how do you absorb that and make sure that you're okay if and when you're able to put your event on?
That's another question. That's another big question mark, Sean. It's a great question. It's just so hard to figure it out right now. I know that there's a lot of legal questions. And the first one is, when can we run an event actually? So is it going to be in 2020, in 2021? What do we do with the athletes that actually were registering to compete? This is a unique situation. All the other sanctionals that were postponed, I mean, I think the one that has the shortest notice was the West Coast Classic the week after. They had a buffer of time to tell the athletes not to come, not to travel or something. We didn't get that. So how do we work out with all those athletes? So every registration is going to be a case to case to deal with. So I mean, this is a big cloud of financial situation right now. Who's going to register, which athletes are going to take on to the next event? Are we starting over? No one knows for now. I would love to have an answer for you, Sean. That's for sure.
And so I know, we've had to talk about some heavy things, but I mean, obviously life is still going forward. I want to ask you, Greg, first off, I love the shaved beard look. You're looking nice and trim, my man. But how are you staying fit? How are you staying fit during this time with with limited space and equipment?
I mean, I'm working out every other day. Thank you for asking, and thank you for the nice compliment. That was that was a little change of look for a little change of times in this 2020 weird year. I'm keeping fit at home. I mean, I didn't start running yet. I should probably get on it since the beautiful weather has made its way to Montreal. Yeah, that's what I always kept thinking. But right now, it seems like it's a viable option, right? We have a kind of little community thing here in Quebec that's named We the Cure. That has been put up by all the affiliates here in Quebec. So I stayed on their program for a couple of days, and now I'm going to join this United in Movement thing for the next week.
All right, man. Well, listen, thank you so much for taking the time to do this. You should get some sleep. I think it's like 3:30 in the morning there?
Yeah, I woke up for you guys, going back to sleep.
We appreciate it. Yeah, so get back to sleep. Join us again tomorrow. And seriously, Greg, look, best of luck with the event. And I hope we get to see you and the whole crew put on what I know is going to be a fantastic competition, not only for the fans, but also for the athletes.
Thank you so much. You guys take care and see you soon.
Hi, Greg. Take care. Okay, we have fixed now the Mayhem video that we were trying to bring you earlier. So listen, if you haven't, I don't know what time zone you're in right now, but maybe if you're just waking up on another side of the world than we are here in California, maybe it's time to move a little bit.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It is 5 o'clock somewhere. So we are going to go back to Mayhem. We're going to go back to Rich Froning and Tasia Percevecz. If you don't have a lot of time, you don't have a lot of equipment, don't worry. They have you covered to get some fitness in.
So it's just me and Tasia. Tasia's the creator of the M30 workouts. So Tasia is going to walk us through an M30 workout, a Mayhem 30 workout. Because we know a lot of you guys don't have any equipment, so here you go. No equipment, just fitness.
You're gonna be my demo?
I'll be your demo.
Great. Welcome to M30.
Welcome, class.
Welcome everyone here. We're gonna start with 3 rounds. 10, lunge, elbow to the floor. These are gonna be alternating. So Rich is gonna step out into a lunge. With his left arm, he's gonna try and reach that elbow down to the floor. If you can make it, great. If not, no big deal. Step back, switch, reach that right arm down. We're gonna go 10 total. Then he's gonna go 10 inchworms. So he's gonna try to keep those legs as locked out as he can. He's gonna walk those hands out to a push-up, a beautiful push-up, and then reach all the way back, trying to find extension in the back of the legs. So do that 10 times. From there, he's gonna finish with a 30-second active squat hold. So get those feet about shoulder width apart, drive the knees out, sit down, be nice and active, strong position just above parallel. I don't wanna see anyone relaxing down, just do like a bad one. Yeah, so not like that, right? Let's stay in a strong position. Perfect, 3 rounds. And then we're gonna do more run. Go.
We're doing it. Let's do it.
All right. On silence?
No.
Okay. Nobody look at my mobility.
Everybody look at the mobility.
When we were doing this in yoga yesterday, everyone was like, elbows touching the floor.
Don't tell anybody we did yoga.
I just told everyone. Okay, are you tired?
It's really awkward, right?
Just the emptiness.
Yeah.
Toasty in here. Feeling warm? So hot. All right, so we're gonna go into the workout. We got an AMRAP 15 minutes, so that's as many reps or rounds as possible in 15 minutes. The first move is gonna be 10 burpees. There's a couple different ways we can do a burpee, depending on your skill level, what you need to do. We can do a traditional 2-foot back, 2-foot jump up burpee. We can do a step back burpee. If we need to do a no push burpee, that's fine. So you can jump back, just to a push-up position, back up. If you can't jump up top, that's totally fine too. So a few different options, 10 burpees. Then we got 20 alternating leg V-ups. Yeah, a crawl burpee, it's a great option. Any other options you think of? All right. Then we got 20 alternating leg V-ups. So we're gonna take opposite hand to opposite toe. Each rep will count, so 1, 2, up to 20. If we can't completely reach the toe, reaching a little bit lower on the leg is totally fine. And if that's still a little bit hard, we can go 20 bicycle kicks or 20 knee to elbow. That's good, knee to elbow kicks. All right, and then we're gonna finish with 30 air squats. So once Rich comes out of his nap, we'll get his feet about shoulder width apart. He's gonna just lay down. We're gonna sit down and back, trying to keep the weight in the heels, chest up, nice flat back for 30 reps. If you need to sit to a surface like a chair or something a little bit higher elevated, that's fine. You do you. So we're gonna go 15 minutes. Feel good? Dre feels good. It's ready to go. All right, water break. doing normal things out here. Right. Reset that clock.
Everything changes.
Cool finisher?
Not core. Those games got me. Two glute finisher.
How many rounds do you get?
Oh, I have no idea. I was just trying to make sure Rich didn't lap me at the end.
That's usually the goal.
Yeah. It's a win if he doesn't lap you.
Yeah.
So what if we go 30 seconds, single leg, hip lift, 30-second hold.
On one leg?
On that same leg. 30-second left leg, 30-second hold, 30-second. These are slow, like 1 second pause at the top. Same with 2-leg hip lift and hold. And then rest a 30 and then go back to it.
You want to write it up or no? Glute finisher. For fun.
Second pause at the top of those hip lifts. A couple of sets, we're not sure. At least 2. Ready? It's gonna be bad. Maybe we'll take a minute rest.
Yeah.
At least we know it's good.
Bring me your heart, child. Waiting so long, you to become more mine. I won't give up till I have all your love.
so we're gonna take a minute, not 30 seconds. Move the cameras.
The ceiling ones.
Yeah. They said we had more than 30 minutes. It's gonna be about 50-ish. I mean, if we do, depending on how many sets of this we do.
They can always cut it.
Are you supposed to be silent?
I don't know. It's all right.
Yeah, you didn't encourage us at all.
2, 1.
Thank you very much to Rich Froning and Tasia Percevecz for putting that together for us. Tommy has donned the visor as we're now at about 1:15 a.m. here out in beautiful California. Where'd you get that thing?
Well, Sean, it's after 1 a.m., which means I'm either in Vegas or at a quinceañera. And since I don't see any of my cousins around, I figured I'd put my Vegas hat on.
That looks good on you.
Yeah,
that's
thanks.
good. Do you wear that when you go? Do you really wear that when you go to Vegas?
When I'm rolling bones or, splitting aces?
Yeah.
Of course. Why not?
All right. Well, good luck with that. But it's cool to for those of you who haven't seen CrossFit Mayhem and haven't had the good fortune of having to go there. We talked about this during the sanction event there. There are a couple places that I would consider kind of hallowed ground in CrossFit history. The ranch is certainly one of them. I'd probably put the tennis stadium now at the Step Up Center. And for whatever reason, I'd also put CrossFit Mayhem because it's just like, I don't know if you'd call it a mega gym, but it certainly is one of the first like huge facilities that housed a CrossFit gym.
I mean, and you just look at like from a sport perspective, how many championships are walking around in that gym, right? I mean, obviously Rich has 4, Matt has 4, Tia has 3, the team has 4. Each individual team members have medals around their neck. Then you got Haley Adams out in Cookeville. She's got 1. Angela DeChico's got 1. Nick Palladino's got 2. I think Angela has 2 actually. I mean, you're talking, upwards of maybe even potentially 20 CrossFit Games titles that pass through that building. And then, people like Chris Hinshaw lives in Cookeville as well. So, I mean, it is just, it is a gold mine in terms of CrossFit talent and great minds walking around there. So it's hard not to get fit. Plus, our friend Roy McKernan's there too as well.
Yeah. So I mean, it's what more can you say about beautiful Cookeville, Tennessee? You got even more beautiful with Roy McKernan moving there. So throughout the time that we've been here, we've talked to people in Asia, we've talked to people in Australia, North America, and now we're going to get set to cross off another continent on the list here. We're about to go to Africa. We're going to talk to Jason Smith and Tian Visser. And Jason Smith, now I need to ask you for an official ruling on this. I feel like he is in the Clydesdale #BigNastics Rig Shaker Club.
I stood next to him on the competition floor in Dubai when I was filming a couple of years ago, and he definitely fits. That boy's got some beef, and he's definitely a rig shaker in my book.
Yeah, he's always been one of my favorites because I just like to cheer for the larger athletes. Being a bigger guy myself, I know you too. You identify with them. So when we have Jason and Tian, we'll bring them in here, and we'll talk about what they're doing to stay fit down in South Africa. What's going on, guys? How you doing? Thanks so much for being here.
What's up, guys?
What's happening, guys?
Having us.
What about me?
You bet. It's our pleasure. Well, I need to know how tall and how heavy you are.
5'11" and 200 pounds. Bit of a chunky guy.
We'll give you it. #RigShakerBigNastics. Welcome to the club.
Yep, we'll allow it. You're in the club now. You get a card carrying member.
This is awesome. This whole COVID-19 coronavirus thing is something that has affected everybody around the world. How are you guys dealing with the situation, and how are you managing to see any sort of level of fitness going right now?
I think I'll start. Tian, thanks. From my side, it was basically to keep going, keep moving as much as possible. Obviously staying outside of the box. Luckily, I could get some equipment set up in my garage. I've got the family here. I've actually got my brother, my wife, and my kids running around training with us every morning. We do a lot of whatever.
Jason, we're going to go ahead and let you guys listen. We're going to keep doing the interview, Jason. But just so you know, that is the horn that is signifying that everybody has to watch, or everybody's watching. We all have to do 19V sit-ups. But we're going to let you keep talking. People can do their sit-ups and enjoy that. So continue with your thought.
Yeah, and also for the members, it's quite difficult, with them outside the box or not allowed to come to the box. We kind of rented some equipment out so the guys could keep moving. And we've decided to program every single day a workout with makeshift equipment or the equipment that we've handed out. So just basic stuff like the kettlebell or the dumbbell, stuff that you can just move. Mostly we're doing body weight movements, but to shift that little bit of weight and keep moving is, it's important during the lockdown time. I think just to kind of keep you sane as well, so you're not getting too bored in the areas that you're in or locked in.
Yeah, and I think from my side, we're fortunate enough where I live is that we got a little garden here. So, I mean, it's not.
I think we lost Tian. Yeah, I think we still have Jason, though.
Yeah.
We'll get Tian back. We'll continue on. That's all right. Flying by the seat of our pants here, Jason. No. So just bear with us. We'll get him back.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. No worries.
I want to take you back to the first time you qualified for the CrossFit Games. After so many years of trying to get over that hump, you finally make it in 2018. What was that feeling like for you when you finally realized that, you know what, I am going to the CrossFit Games?
Yeah, it was, I wouldn't say unexpected, but definitely a goal and a dream that I had chased for so long. I think being involved for 10 years in the sport to finally make it to the Games, one of the things that I always aspired to and tried to achieve, kind of set that as my goal when I started CrossFit in 2008. So in 2017, to eventually make it to the games, it wasn't easy making it there, and it wasn't an easy road getting there. So just to finally actually make it to the games was, probably the biggest highlight of my CrossFit career.
And so with the recent changes and the new sanctional setup and the open as well, a little bit more weight is given to the title of being a national champion. So last year was the first year you got to go to the games specifically as the South African national champion. What did that mean to you to be able to kind of bear that moniker when you stepped onto the games floor?
Yeah, it didn't seem as much of an achievement to make it to the games because you just kind of went through the open, and I went through as a national champion. So you didn't really go through the regionals platform to get onto the games. So it kind of seemed like you're taking one less step to get to the games. But I think, watching the Fittest movie and everything and going through the whole memory of what we did last year, the fittest will prevail at the games. So whether you are fit enough or not fit enough to be there at the games, I think, it gives everyone the opportunity to compete with everyone or the fittest in the world. But, the fittest will shine. And, I think at the end of the day, the fittest will prevail at the games.
I think we got Tien back. So Tien, unfortunately, you dropped out when you were telling us about your outdoor area that you have there. What kind of things are you doing now to keep your fitness level going throughout this whole ordeal?
Man, so sorry, my connection's a bit bad. I keep it pretty basic. I just had major shoulder surgery about 8 weeks ago, so I'm on the road to recovery, but I just do a lot of running, bodyweight stuff, squats, and just with a weight vest. So very basic, very straightforward, nothing fancy, and it just shows you, man, you don't need to be super creative to create the at-home workout.
And speaking of at-home workouts, United Movement is going to be featuring some workouts that people can do at home. They can sign up for free, choose their donation if they so please. But the Fittest in Cape Town, which I know you're heavily involved in, is doing something special to kind of partner with United Movement with this golden ticket idea. Could you elaborate a little bit more for people?
Yeah, so when they approached the sanctioned owners to ask whether we wanted to be involved in United in Movement, we said yes when they had us at high. And the golden ticket is basically just, for all of the athletes who registered to compete at United in Movement, they have to do the RX or compete version. They have to film the workout and log the video when they log their score on Competition Corner. And then the highest ranked athletes will win a golden ticket to compete at Fittest in Cape Town for 2021. What that means is you don't have to compete at our online qualifier, which is scheduled for around November this year, and you won't have to pay any registration fees. So yeah, it's a straight line into competing at Fittest in Cape Town 2021.
Tien, your event, you got canceled before it was cool to be canceled. But you did it because there was another event there. So first off, how did you deal with that? And then how did you shift your focus to then rescheduling the event to make sure you put on the same level of a competition that you were going to originally?
So, we got caught off guard with a bit of a sneaky left hook by two very unknown tennis players called Novak Djokovic and Roger Federer. So,
never heard of them.
We had to. Who has? We had to take it on the chin. It was for a really good cause. They raised a lot of money. So, as bitter pill as it was, we had to swallow it. And what we did is, we went back to the table. And we just we regrouped and then just said, listen, there's no use, crying over this. Let's just regroup, put the work in, focus on doing something better for next year. And obviously, this COVID-19 stuff, we don't know what it's going to be like towards the end of the year and next year's season. So, we've just been planning ahead as if it's going to go on in a normal season. We got some exciting stuff lined up. There's some stuff that we was going to blow it out of the water this year that obviously we couldn't do. But, we just rolled a couple of those things over. So, yeah, stay tuned. And it's going to be, an amazing event.
But I know you guys are still, you guys are doing some stuff on Instagram every morning. I've seen some Instagram live stuff from Fittest in Cape Town. What's going on with that?
So every day this week, I'll go live via the Fittest in Cape Town Instagram page. And then I'll have special guests come on with me every day. So tomorrow, Jason's joining me. We'll go over the workout, discuss some tactics and some warm-up ideas that Jason will take us through. And then every morning we've got some special prize. And I've also got a couple of shirts that we'll give away to videos and photos of people who do the best post of the workout. So nice. We'll sign off. We got a couple. We got Jason Smith. We got the guys from My Fitness, a couple of local brands, Reebok South Africa. We're building up. We got Sean Sweeney coming on Friday, and then we're going to link up with another sanctioned on Saturday, Filthy 150 in Iceland.
That's very cool.
Jason, you mentioned that you're working out at home now. Obviously, you have to keep your fitness level up because you have to assume that the games are going to take place, so you're ready for them. What are sort of your go-to your movements or workouts that you do inside your home gym to make sure you're staying fit?
Well, like I said, luckily I own the gym, so I had quite a bit of equipment to bring home. I brought obviously one of the machines with the rower, bought some dumbbells, some plates so we can carry on with some weightlifting. So what I'm trying to do, and what I've always had the mindset of, is to kind of keep routine in what you do. With the weightlifting and gymnastics, I can't really do much here. But, with dumbbells and kettlebells, trying to keep as much movements as possible. So it's not just your body weight movements like your air squats, push-ups, and sit-ups. It's trying to get creative with movements, box step-ups with weight. I've got a sandbag here, just doing some weighted stuff. I've got a weight vest as well. So, I think just trying to keep routine with the weightlifting and then try and do as many metcons and workouts as possible.
And so we got a couple minutes left before we let you guys go. But Tian, I see something in the background of your framing here, and I think it has something to do with a kind of South African maybe pastime, something that I know is important to you guys. Can you explain to everyone at home what it is and the kind of significance of it?
Yeah, so this is actually, it happens all over the world. In South Africa, we just call it a braai. So it's similar to a barbecue, but there are a couple of very distinguishing factors. So wood is number one, charcoal's acceptable, gas, although it's not illegal, it's very much on and it's the national pastime, man. It's what South Africans use to socialize. So, man, we light the fire, we get together, we put something on the braai, and we actually have a national holiday called Braai Day, which is a public holiday for the whole country. And then everyone lights the fire and braai and just, man, awesome. Enjoys life and gets together. So it's similar to the United in Movement thing. It's just bringing people together.
How do we get that?
Yeah. What the heck? Come on, America.
Yeah, I know. We have a barbecue day.
Oh, man. That sounds awesome.
Barbecue.
Come and visit.
Exactly.
We're going to have to, because if you have a barbecue day, man, what day is that?
Yeah.
I put it on my calendar.
You're going to have two very large visitors pretty soon.
For sure.
Man, I'll get the date. Welcome. I don't know it off the top of my head, but yeah, man, you guys, I'll send it through and we'll link up with you guys in the States, similar to this.
I'm in. Let's do it.
I love it.
Well, listen, guys, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate everything. Stay safe. And like we said to everybody, we hope to see you soon. Hopefully it's in Madison. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Hi, guys. Take care. Appreciate it. See, that's people making the best right there,
That's awesome.
That's good stuff. I want to have a barbecue day. We can put on the old white Air Monarchs and the jean shorts and my tucked in polo shirt and get out there and get dad life going.
Get that little, like that leather woven belt.
Oh yeah, that's some barbecuing gear right there.
Man.
The apron that makes me look like a lobster or something. Put that sucker on.
I like that. You got to have some charcoal. You got to have an old fashioned accelerant.
There you go.
It gets the real flavor in there.
Well, our time right now is coming to an end, but we're going to be back. I don't know, in like 3 hours or something. What, 4 hours? We got to go get a couple hours of sleep.
Yeah,
I guess
a little bit of shut eye. Check my eyelids for holes for a couple hours.
But we're going to leave you in the very capable hands of one Niki Brazier. Niki is up super early. It's like 4:30 there. What are you doing?
I checked the inside of my eyelids for holes for just a couple hours too before you guys brought me on. But no, up early, coming at you live from my kitchen, practicing social distancing, but so excited to be a part of this. Thanks, guys, for holding down the fort.
Oh, it's our pleasure. I mean, Tommy's got the Vegas gear on, and the coffee that I drank at about 8 p.m. is starting to wear off. So I'm ready for my 2 hours of sleep, and then we'll be back in the morning.
Perfect time to hand off to Niki looking bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
That's right. She always looks like bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. We look like a couple of degenerates in here, and she's like 4:30 in the morning, ready to go.
It's all comes in a jar. Don't worry about it.
So we officially hand it off to you, Niki. So best of luck and have fun.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. And thank you, everyone, for watching, for being on our live YouTube link, for being with us for 24 hours from all over the world. We've got more than 9,000 people registered from over 124 different countries. So people really coming together for United in Movement, Together Forward, trying to unite the community through movement and support everyone as we face all the global challenges that are currently being caused by the coronavirus. Remember, you can always check out our website, unitedinmovement.org, for the most up-to-date reports on the numbers of people registered, on the amount of money that we've raised so far. And just a reminder for everyone, if you're just tuning in with us, United in Movement is an online fitness challenge for participants of every single skill level, created to raise relief funds and support humanitarian efforts, businesses, and of course, gyms that have been impacted by COVID-19. We're going to announce a workout every single day for 7 days at 6 p.m. Eastern, with guest appearances from elite athletes, industry leaders, people that you know and love from the CrossFit community. And United in Movement will benefit 3 different organizations: Action Against Hunger, the Red Cross, and the CrossFit Foundation. So if you're watching and you're wondering how you can help, just make sure that you go to our website to donate. You can donate from the live stream, you can donate when you register, and all of your donations help those 3 organizations. So let's kick it off right now with a little bit of ROMWOD. We're all home practicing social distancing. There's never been a better time to get swole and flexy. So let's kick it over to Alec Smith, who's going to take us through a little bit of mobility.
In 2014, my husband and I go to Singapore. We stop by a box there, do our first intro workout. Can't remember exactly what it was, and just being completely floored after the workout. We started coming back to a gym back in Sri Lanka, a global gym, and we started doing CrossFit style workouts. As just a result of doing CrossFit, I realized there were a lot of things that changed in me. It was not just I was getting a good workout, but I think there was a shift mentally as to just learning in life, right? When things get hard, how do you push on? And I think there were attributes of CrossFit that kind of taught me that I could take outside the gym. And that's when essentially we decided, you know what, this is something that's fantastic. We really enjoyed it, and we knew that there would be a sizable number of people in Sri Lanka that would really enjoy this new type of workout.
It's pretty easy for people to rent a space and order some equipment from Rogue. It's a whole other thing to have the best coaches in the country and have these coaches kind of aligned with the ethos of our brand, of our business, and keeping that at the forefront of the member experience, I think, is the key for member retention.
I think right now we having more and more locals, it's more sustainable, and our plan is to bring even more local players into the box. Corbett, as the owner, has a specific vision on how he wants to do things. And I know for a fact that his biggest intention is to change people's lives. And his vision aligns with my vision, and I think that's why CrossFit Amatak is so successful.
We don't consider ourselves like a competition-focused gym. We are a community-focused first, a teaching gym, and then everything else sort of is secondary to that, because our demographic are more, average folks, and a lot of Cambodians don't have a lot of strong athletic backgrounds. People come for the fitness, they stay for the community, they stay because that's where their friends are. This city easily, we're about 2.7 million. We could easily be supporting 3 to 5 or 6 different boxes. For all of us who have gotten exposed to CrossFit, we all had that first experience somewhere where we like walked in or somebody told us about it and we're like, oh my God, what is this? And that sort of first reaction, right? Well, right now, with us being really sort of the only one, there's not a high awareness. And I think once that awareness grows, we'll start to see more things.
Our memberships are like, we're open for all. We have ages from 17 to 60, over 60. So our members are mostly going for health. Not too many athletes, but more on coming with a strong bond. Everyone come here just to relieve the stress, trying to be happy.
It's like most our members is like female. It's like 70 to 80% is like females. So usually people working is like the tourists is like travel, then come for 1 or 2 classes. Just a CrossFit committee.
When we started this 1 year plus ago, we only have like 10 plus members only. So probably some of the classes we have only 1 or 2 members, but we're still conducting. And they're actually new, but once they experience it, they feel the benefits, they tend to introduce their friends in, and mostly are through friends.
It's been a little bit over 7 years. The journey has been fun and very rewarding, just to see how the sport has grown. I'd say we're 50% expats, 50% local people. Definitely more Thai people doing CrossFit now than say 3 to 4 years ago. More and more Thai people know about the sport because of many factors, more gyms opening up, and the sport has grown globally. Thai members at our gym, if they like their experience at our gym, they're going to tell their friends who are most likely going to be Thai as well. If it keeps going like that, it just going to keep bringing more and more people, whereas in this business is not as easy as it was a long time ago. Everything has to go right and you actually have to put in work.
We have a lot of CrossFit events in Asia, but you're going to see similar faces, right? You go to a different country, to a different city, but you see the same group of people. I think that's make the community, it's tighter, it's stronger.
ชอบมาจากเริ่มแรกเราเป็นคนเล่นหลังจากนั้นเราก็รู้สึกว่ากีฬาเนี้ยมันชอบเล่นแล้วสนุกมันไม่เหมือนกีฬาประเภทอื่นเราไม่ได้มาหวังกำไรเพราะผมก็มีธุรกิจหลักอยู่อันนี้เกิดจากความชอบล้วนๆเราก็ทำมันให้มันเป็นมาออกกำลังกายแล้วก็สนุก
Hello everybody and welcome to your daily program. We're really excited that we have Alec Smith who will be demonstrating today's routines. So please follow along with Alec as we get into our first position, which will be a very basic seated cross shin pose. You're sitting down, your right shin is crossed in front of your left shin. And then from there, please fall forward with your body and relax into your gluteal and your lower back group. This first position will be a 1 minute held position. 1 minute in a passive hold starting now. The time is up for this side. I'd like you to roll your body up and change to your other leg in front. Left leg in front of right leg. Then once again, please fall forward and let your body stretch gently into your lower back and gluteal group. Give me 1 more minute in a passive hold. The time is up for this one, so please roll your body up slow. From here, we're going to take our basic single leg forward bend. If you're able to do the half-seated frog, then you could also use that instead. Otherwise, right leg forward, left leg bent, and dropped open to the left. Then one more time, please lean or fall into your right leg as you relax into your lower back, and this time some more of your hamstrings. This basic single leg forward bend, or half-seated frog if you choose, will be a 2-minute passive hold starting now. You have 1 more minute in the same side for the same pose. The time is up for this position. As you roll your body up slowly, our next pose will be a left side pigeon position. Left leg forward, right leg behind you. This is a gluteal IT band target. Once you find the right amount within the left leg pigeon, completely surrender into the pose. Remember, everything is done passively. This pigeon position will be a longer held position. We'll be here for 3 minutes now. You are right now at the halfway point. You have 1.5 minutes left. The time is up for this one. Please come all the way out of it and set up for your single leg forward bend on the left leg forward and the right leg bent. Again, if you choose to go deeper, half seated frog, left leg forward will be another pose you could use. Otherwise, single leg forward bend. Find the right amount, completely surrender, and please stay now for a full 2 minutes. You are at the halfway point. Please give me 1 more minute. The time is up for this position, so please roll your body out slow and set up for a right leg pigeon position. Right leg forward and the left leg will be behind you. You should feel the right amount of sensation in the gluteal group without feeling too much. Remember, we want to stay calm and passive while we're in these poses, nothing extreme or forced. Right leg pigeon position will now be for 3 minutes. You are at the halfway point. Please stay for another minute and a half. The time is up for this position, so please come all the way out of it and just lie down for the rebound. I highly recommend that you spend at least 2 minutes here in the rebound. Allow the body and the mind to have a moment or two before you get on with the rest of your day or your night. And of course, a special thanks to Alec Smith for doing the routine today. We hope you enjoyed that and look forward with more routines with Alec in the future. Take care, everyone.
Does everyone feel all nice and limber now? This is like the perfect time. For me, it's nice and early in the morning, almost 5 here on the East Coast, right outside of Boston. But if you're watching from anywhere around the world, it was the perfect time to get some mobility in. And if you tuned in just before that, then you saw a clip of a really cool session looking at CrossFit from all over the world, specifically on the silk trading route. It's a documentary called Spice and Silk. Our friend Amit, who's been doing this wonderful documentary exploring arts, culture, and food, and CrossFit, of course, and CrossFit from the affiliate owner's point of view from all over the world, has been sort of documenting how all of that has impacted a little bit before the virus has taken over, but obviously definitely still cool to see what is going on with CrossFit and culture in other parts of the world. Okay, coming up next, we have an XPT-led performance breathing session. So now's a really good time to focus on all those little things that you might not necessarily look at when you're at the gym day in and day out. Your mobility, your breathing, how to make sure that everything is working holistically all together. This is going to be a guided session. So if you just got out of mobility, get ready to sort of take it in and out again and learn how breathing can better affect your overall performance moving forward.
Hi everyone, welcome to this performance breathing session brought to you by XPT. If you're not familiar with XPT, XPT is a performance lifestyle that was created by legendary big wave surfer Laird and former professional volleyball player Gabby, Reece. And it was a collection of all of the things that they were seeking out and that they were implementing into their lives in the never-ending search for performance, health, and longevity. I'm PJ Nestler, and I'm the Director of Performance for XPT. And we're super excited to bring this session to you because we really feel that breath is the foundation behind performance. And breath is really the foundation of life. So when we can spend some time learning to connect to our breath and learning to harness the power of the breath for our health and for our performance, we feel that that can really help us to live a high performance lifestyle. And ultimately, our goal at XPT is to help people connect to a high performance lifestyle and to help them become the most resilient and versatile human beings possible. So I'm really excited to bring this session to you guys and to be here with you today, especially in this current climate of the world and the situation that we're in. Being able to harness the power of the breath is super important. So I'm going to guide you guys through a breathing session here. And we have a couple of key things that we want to take away. My hope for you is that I'm going to teach you a couple techniques that are super important to help you correct breathing dysfunctions and therefore enhance the way you breathe, that will carry over into everything you do in everyday life, improving your overall health and well-being, and teach you some skills and some techniques that will allow you to use the breath like what it really is, which is a remote control to the mind and to the nervous system, so that we can use the breath to actually allow us to step out of times of stress and anxiety and fear and a lot of the negative emotions that we always face in day-to-day life, but are a little bit more apparent in what we're facing right now. And we can use the breath as that remote control to help us to trigger out of those states. And we're just going to have a little bit of fun exploring the power of the breath as I take you on a little guided journey. So we're going to get right into it. What I want you guys to do here, when we get started, I'm going to teach you a few techniques. So I want you to make sure you can see the camera at the beginning here, and you can see me on your screen as I show you a few techniques that are going to carry over into the session. But once we get going with the guided journey, you're not going to have to see me. You're just going to need to be able to hear my voice, and I'll just guide you through everything. But what we want to do is we want to start off in a comfortable breathing position. So as you can see, I'm sitting cross-legged here. The most important thing is that we have a nice straight spine so we get full access to our lungs. Now, a lot of us can't sit comfortably in this position. As you can see, I'm actually sitting on a pad to elevate my hips a little bit so that I'm not hunched over in this position. What I'm going to recommend for most of you is we get in the best breathing position possible, which is actually lying down on our back with our feet flat on the floor and our knees bent. So that way my spine is supported, My low back's nice and flat, and I'm in a great breathing position. So that's actually the most optimal breathing position. But if you want to stay sitting upright, you can be in the position I'm in, or you can even try sitting on your knees here, where I can now have my spine upright and I'm not cross-legged. So whatever is most comfortable for you, I want you guys to get into that position now. Just make sure you can still see the video here. So we're going to talk about a couple really key things here. Number one, how we breathe is very important. The way we breathe influences every single system and cell in the body. So when we talk about breathing here, we want to make sure that we're doing it the right way, which most of us aren't. Because we spend the majority of our lives sitting down, most of us have lost function to the way we're supposed to be breathing in day-to-day life. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to talk about the right way to breathe and good breathing mechanics. What I want you guys to do, whatever your position is, you're laying on your back or you're sitting upright, we're going to take your hands, we're going to put them right on your ribs, right up here in the front. And what I want you to do is, as we take a few light breaths, we're going to focus on expanding those hands out. So we're going to think about breathing laterally. So as I inhale, I'm going to move these hands out laterally. And as I exhale, they're going to contract back together. So notice the movement of my hands is moving in and out. And if I had hands all the way around my rib cage, I would be expanding this chamber like a big can opening up 360 degrees. What I want to get away from is this lifting or vertical rising of my chest and shoulders when I breathe. And that's going to be really important when we get into this breathing practice, because some of the techniques we're going to go through are going to be a little bit faster breathing cadences. And as we do that, that tends to lead us into these compensatory patterns that we have. So you may be able to breathe great right now as we go through this really slow, but once we start to add speed to that or intensity, that tends to lead us back to the dysfunctional patterns that may be lying underneath. So let's start off with our hands here, and I want you to go only through the nose now. I want you to inhale as slow as you can and expand the ribs laterally. And just pause briefly at the top, and then exhale as slow as you can and feel the hands contract back in. And again, as our elbows are up here, we have a tendency to even use the shoulders even more. So really pay attention. The neck and the shoulder muscles are relaxed. They're not doing any work as we inhale and exhale. Inhale again through the nose, filling the lungs all the way. Think about two big balloons that are taking up your whole midsection. We want to fill those balloons as much as we can. And as you exhale slowly, feel the balloons contracting as small as you can. So a few more of these. I want you taking full breaths here. All the way in, all the way out. And while you're taking these breaths, we're not only training good mechanics, but we're also bringing some awareness to the breath and starting to create a mind-body connection. Because a lot of us have never thought about the way we breathe. So if we never think about it, we don't have any awareness to it, then it's really hard to train our brain to connect to the muscles to do the work the way it's supposed to go. And you might notice that as we build some intensity here, that focusing on breathing in certain areas as I guide you through some different protocols, and I might say, breathe into the lower back, and you have no idea what that means because you've never connected to that. So take a few more breaths here. We're also focusing on nasal breathing, which is a huge benefit because this is actually our primary breathing pathway. We were designed to breathe through our nose 99% of the time. The mouth is just a secondary pathway that we use in times of intense stress when we're sprinting and we're completely out of our primary pathway. We have to go to these secondary backup systems. But most of us use the mouth way more often than we should. So we're taking advantage of using the nose to slow the breath down. And breathing through the nose helps us to activate the diaphragm, which is this primary breathing muscle that we're engaging right now. That's the muscle that's creating this lateral expansion and pulling down on the lungs. So we're doing a whole bunch of different things, and all of these triggers are happening by just breathing through the nose and by paying attention to breathing horizontally into the belly and ribs. So now we've established some good breathing mechanics. As we start to guide through the rest of this practice, I'm going to have you all close your eyes. So whether you're seated or lying down, you're going to close your eyes and just be internally focused for the rest of this practice. Just let my voice guide you through what we're doing. You can keep your hands on your ribs if you'd like. You can also put your hands on your belly and chest so that you feel the belly expanding on the inhale. Or just put your hands down to your sides, whatever your preference is. One thing I'd like to tell you as we start off here is if at any point during this breathing session, the sensations that you feel are too extreme for you or uncomfortable or anything just doesn't feel right, go back to light breathing through the nose. So as we do some longer duration breath holds or we do some faster intense breathing, that can create some sensations in the body, some tingliness, some lightheadedness, some discomfort on breath holding. The purpose of this session is not to push anybody to their maximum. This is just an introduction to exploring different types of breath work. So if you've never done breath work before, or if any of those sensations are too much for you, I want to invite you to take a few light breaths through the nose, and that will recover everything back to normal. And that's also really important for any of you out there who have any underlying health issues, blood pressure, cardiovascular disease, or on certain medications. Again, if you have any underlying questions, as the intensity starts to build up, I want you to slow things down and take a few light breaths through the nose. So we're going to start building up here a little bit. I want everybody's eyes closed. Everyone's going to exhale. We're all through the nose right now. And then you're going to inhale with me for a count of 5. Go ahead and inhale. And I want you filling the lungs all the way up when I get to 5. 3, 4, 5. Hold it at the top. Exhale through the nose for a count of 5. 4, 5, and hold at the bottom. Inhale for a count of 6. Hold. Exhale for 6. Hold. Inhale. Hold. Nice and relaxed as we're holding our breath here. All breathing through the nose. Exhale. Hold. We're going to slow the breath down a little bit more now. When we inhale, we're going to inhale for a count of 9. All the way full when I get to 9. Go ahead and inhale slow, filling from the belly to the ribs to the chest, bottom to top, like you're filling a glass of water. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and hold. Exhale for 9. 6, 9, hold. Inhale for 9. Hold. Exhale for 9. Hold. We're going to inhale a little bit faster now through the nose. Let's make sure we still breathe into the belly and ribs as we inhale. So take a big, powerful inhale through the nose. And then we're going to exhale out the mouth. Like we're blowing through a straw. In through the nose. Out through the mouth. In. Out. In, out. Keep that same pace now. Make sure as we're taking those inhales, we're not allowing the neck and the shoulders to take over. It's easy as we pick up the pace to allow these muscles to start to lift. Make sure we're still driving with the belly and ribs. If you can't, slow it down a little bit. Slower is always better to make sure we get good mechanics first. Keep that same pace now. We're in through the nose, out through the mouth. In through the nose, out through the mouth. A couple more of these breaths. Now take a big inhale through the nose and hold your breath. You may be experiencing a little bit of sensations now, maybe a little lightheadedness. Again, all of that's perfectly normal as we're changing around your blood chemistry. I want you to exhale now through the mouth and hold your breath. Nice and relaxed here on this breath hold. Inhale through the nose. We're going to exhale from the mouth. This time, make a little noise from the back of the throat as you exhale. In through the nose. Exhale from the back of the throat. In through the nose. Exhale, back of the throat. Keep that up now. In through the nose. Exhale from the back of the throat. A few more of these breaths. We're just letting go of the exhale from the back of the throat, bringing that inhale in through the nose, deep down into the lungs. A few more breaths here. Take a big inhale now and hold. Exhale and hold. Inhale. Hold. When we exhale, we're going to start to reduce the breath way down. So we're going to start to reduce the breathing volume. So before I was telling you to take big full breaths, filling the lungs, I want you to cut that volume way down, almost in half. So we're going to start taking very short, small breaths. If we think of a normal breath wave as coming way up and down, we're going to cut that wave in half. We're going to slow the breath down, taking in a little bit less air and letting out a little bit less air each time. So go ahead and exhale. All through the nose now. Go ahead and inhale slowly and exhale slowly. And in slow, out slow. You're going to maintain that pace and you adjust your rhythm. What I want you to do here is start to feel like you're taking in and out a little bit less air than you need to. So what you should start to feel in just a few breaths is an air hunger. And an air hunger is just that sensation that I need to breathe. It's almost the sensation I get when I'm doing a breath hold, where it first starts to come on and I feel that urge to breathe. And what I want you to do is when you feel that air hunger, we're gonna maintain that. So it should just be a slight discomfort. And every breath I take should just maintain that slight discomfort. If it starts to get really extreme, take in a little bit more air. If it starts to go away every breath, reduce your breathing volume even more until you've created that sensation of air hunger. And we're going to maintain that for a minute here. What we're doing here is we're starting to reprogram the brain, because this sensation of air hunger comes on too strong for a lot of us too quickly. And this can decrease our performance and overall health. This can impact us across every system in the body. So we're starting to retrain the sensors of the brain that notice this air hunger and allow them to desensitize. So maintain this air hunger a little bit longer. We're halfway through here. Again, if you feel that urge to breathe, build up too strong.
Well, sorry if you are peacefully working on your breathing, but that air horn does mean that we're taking a quick pause to get some movement in together. Remember, we are doing 19 reps of a different movement to fight COVID-19 on the 19th minute of every hour. And I was informed that this session is tuck jumps. So if you've never done a tuck jump, stand up straight, pick up your knees as high as they can possibly go. Try and touch your hands at about 90 degrees. And if you can't do a full jump, you can always go ahead and just pick up your knees slightly one at a time. I'm gonna step back from the camera and perform these 19 movements. Hey, you get off the couch or off the chair, or off the bed, or wherever you're at, out of your desk if you're working, and do them along with me. All right, here we go. 19 tuck jumps. All right. Whew. You can tell I wasn't working on my breathing well enough in that last segment because I'm already out of breath. But that's what we need to do. We need to get up, move together, encourage everyone else to move with us, and sort of get in this fight together. All right, let's get back to learning how to breathe properly.
I want you to take in a little bit more air. If you're feeling it disappearing, I want you to reduce your breathing volume even more. We're going to take a few more breaths, 15 more seconds here. And now big breath in through the nose and out the mouth. We're gonna pick up the speed a little here. We're gonna go in and out through the mouth. So big breath in the mouth, big breath out the mouth. It's gonna be quick, it's gonna be fast, and it's gonna be intense. It's gonna sound like this. Still breathing in and out to the belly and the ribs. We're gonna do this short and fast for about 25 seconds. Ready? Begin. Keep it up now. Great big breaths. Make sure we're breathing into the belly and ribs. You're halfway through. A few more breaths here. Finish strong. Take a big full inhale. Hold your breath. Exhale. Hold. So not only are we taking advantage of changing our physiology, but we're also giving our mind an opportunity to reset and allowing us this space where we're only focused on the breath. And therefore, it's a moment of mindfulness where we're not thinking about all the things that are creating stress and anxiety and fear. That's allowing us this little opportunity to reset where we can choose our response. Between stimulus and response, there's a choice. That's a quote from Viktor Frankl. So when there's a stimulus, something that creates these negative responses in us, we have a choice of how we're going to respond. And the breath allows us an opportunity to pause and to create that moment for our choice of what that response will be. Inhale through the nose. Exhale slowly through the nose. In through the nose. slow exhale. I want you to make a little noise from the back of the throat. Maybe that's an ocean breath exhale or ujjayi breath if you're familiar with yoga breathing. Or it can be a little humming exhale. But just make a little noise as we elongate these exhales. I want you to inhale for a count of 3 to 5, and then exhale slowly using the humming or the ocean breath exhale from the back of the throat. Really extending the exhales for a count of 8 to 10. And as you're going through this is another really powerful breath protocol. One of the best ways to get us out of a stressful state and into a parasympathetic or rest and digest state. This is a protocol that we use with my elite athletes I train. They use this post-workout to down-regulate their nervous system from that intense workout they just did and allow them to rest and digest and recover from the workout, but also something we can do as a morning routine or a bedtime routine or anytime we're feeling stress or anxiety to allow us to downshift. I want you guys to go back to light nasal breathing here. And as we allow everything to come back down, I just want to touch on some of the pieces there. So I talked you guys through that protocol. We did a lot of different stuff, but the key points to take away is nasal breathing has a ton of benefits for our health and our performance, and it's the way we're designed to breathe. You should be nasal breathing as much as you possibly can. It also may be your first line of defense against airborne pathogens, because the nase filters and cleans the air, and there's actually a gas called nitric oxide that pools in the nasal cavity that it can be a first line of defense and can actually mitigate the replication of some bacteria and viruses. So it may be our first line of defense, particularly right now. And then we focused on good breathing mechanics and strengthening good breathing mechanics. And that's huge. Again, right now, where we're facing something that attacks our respiratory system, having a strong respiratory system can be a major line of defense, particularly for people who are at risk. So it's really important that we focus on strengthening the muscles. But number one, we have to learn how to do it right. If we're just training the wrong way, we're going to strengthen the wrong muscles and actually take steps towards dysfunction. Every single breath you take is a step towards optimization or dysfunction. Most of us are taking steps towards dysfunction because we're not aware of it. So right now, we're becoming aware of the way we breathe so we can start to shift over and take steps towards optimization. These are huge tools that we can use in our toolbox. And the last one is using the breath as a way to connect the mind to something other than a state of stress and be mindful. And using those long, slow exhales, hissing or humming or ocean breath, to allow us to downshift from times of stress. That can be a huge tool to use at any point throughout the day. You may not even feel you're stressed, but because we're in an uncertain environment and a lot of us are at home working from our home office that's new to us and dealing with different stressors, we need to have tools that we can allow that are simple to plug in and allow our nervous system to reset. So the breath is a huge tool for that. Hopefully you guys found some power in what we just went through today. There's so much more to explore here, but I hope that there's some key takeaways that you guys can go implement into your lives. And if you're interested in learning more about the breath, we've got tons of resources out there for you at XPT. So please join in with us. We're putting out free content every day on XPT Life on Instagram, guided breath sessions, and tons more educational content on things you guys can use to improve your health and your performance. We also have an app that has tons of guided breathing sessions, just like the one you just went through right now, that are designed for different times of day. So that's called XPT Life, and that's available on iOS right now. And you can find us on xptlife.com for all things XPT related. If you want to learn more about the breath or performance mindset in general, or recovery, we've got tons of great content, and we're putting tons of free information out there for you guys that hopefully can allow all of you to improve your health and performance and elevate all areas of your life so you can achieve a high performance lifestyle. I want to thank you guys so much for joining in with me today in this session. I hope that this was impactful for you and you enjoyed it, and I hope to see you guys all again soon. Stay safe out there. I'll see you again sometime soon.
cool, right? I mean, how often do we really take time and set it aside to focus on some of those little things like breathing? And so much of what he spoke about in that last segment was so pertinent to everything we're going through right now, right? Especially that mindfulness kind of idea with everything out there being a little bit wacky and a little bit crazy and all of us feeling kind of cooped up in our homes. Like now's a really good time to just be mindful, be in the moment, try to see the positive and have the opportunity to work on those little things like breathing. So cool. So if you guys are following along, remember that we are raising money for this effort. We've got 3 beneficiaries: Action Against Hunger, the Red Cross, and the CrossFit Foundation. You can go to unitedinmovement.org to donate. Registration for our online competition is completely free. And when you register, you're automatically eligible for a ton of great prizes from all of our partners, everything from protein bars from Bear Bells to potentially barbells from Rogue. So you don't want to miss this opportunity to help out, help the world, and potentially get some pretty cool stuff in the meantime. We are up to $48,000 from donations from all over the world. I think we can get to 50 pretty soon. So please just check out the link. Anything that you can donate to help is helpful for all of those organizations and for all of us to just sort of be in this together. All right. So if you're following along at home, you know, there are a lot of opportunities on the stream today to get up, get moving, get going. Our next opportunity is with one of the original queens of CrossFit, Miss Annie Thorisdottir herself. She's going to take you through a workout that you can do right at home alongside with her. Remember that Annie has been atop the podium at the CrossFit Games. She's one of the original daughters and is currently expecting a little baby girl. We're very excited for her. So thank you so much, Annie, for being a part of this, and you get up, follow along from home.
Hi guys, my name is Annie Thorisdottir, and I am very happy to be giving you guys a workout and leading you through a class and being a part of United in Movement. We are going to go through kind of a full class, but it's only going to be about half an hour. We're still going to do a warm-up. We're going to do a little bit of strength piece. No, you do not need equipment for this. You're still going to get a really good pump out of it. And then we're going to finish off with some tabatas that we're going to do together. I think it's really important now with people being stuck at home. You may not be going to the gym and doing your classes anymore. It's still super important to continue doing proper warm-up, getting ready for the workout so you get the most out of the workout that you're going to be doing. Moving still properly, even though you don't necessarily have ice on you, you want to imagine that you do, and you want to try to get the most out of what you're doing. So I'm going to try to put a little bit of emphasis on those things while leading you guys through this class. The strength piece that we have today, we're going to do some tempo lunges, or for those who want to make it a little bit more challenging, they can make it into a Bulgarian split squat. So before we start that, we're going to loosen up the hips and the knees a little bit. So we're just going to start with a hip flow. We're going to put left foot in the front. We're going to try to have the heel underneath the knee, or make sure that the heel is in the ground. And then we're just going to do small circles with our hips. If you find that you have a pretty tight corner, then you can stop, hang around there a little bit, and then continue moving around. Now, we're gonna move, so we're still gonna have the left foot in the front. We're gonna go up on the toe, and we're gonna rotate in, get the knee in line with the toe. Try to have the heel down. If you cannot, because of mobility issues, then you just raise your hips up a little bit, and you hold that position here. Try to move around a little, get deeper and deeper. Have the toes up on the other foot so they're not stuck on the ground. lift it up. We're just trying to open up that squat, the deep squat position. 3, 2, 1. Now we're gonna go up on the toe again, and we're gonna rotate around all the way around here. Now we're gonna get a good stretch up the side. Try to relax the hips down to the ground. In this position, hold in. In this position, we're still having the knee tracking the toes on the left leg. The other leg is just lying relaxed on the ground. And nice deep breaths, trying to sink deeper and deeper into it. 5, 2, 1. And now we get to change legs. Put the right leg in the front. It's gonna do exactly the same thing. Small circles with the hips, making sure that the heel is in the ground. I'm talking about we're not gonna be in this position, getting the leg far enough in the front. We're always trying to mimic that squat or mimic that lunge. Think about what it is that you're gonna do later on, so you're gonna get the most out of this hip flow and warm up. If you find a specifically tight corner, stop there, go a little bit front and back around there, and then move around again. We're not gonna keep the knee on the ground, we're gonna be in an active position. In the warm up, we wanna keep it active stretches. And now we're gonna go up on the toe. We're gonna rotate to the left. So rotate in. Keep the toes up on the left foot, making sure that the knee is tracking the right foot. And getting into that deep squat position. Keep your hands on the ground if you have to. You can take some of the weight off. Get your hips up if you have to. We're gonna try to stay away from being up on our toes. Getting that heel on the right leg down to the ground. For the superstars out there, what you could do from here is get those hips down and up again. Just a little bit going into relax and into activation. You do not have to do that. You can just hang out here as well. Go 3, 2, 1. We're gonna go up on the toes on the right leg and rotate around all the way through. So half a circle through, relaxed back leg, knees tracking the toes on the right leg, letting those hips sink down towards the ground, getting a good stretch up the side on the left side. Deep breaths. This is the most comfortable one, I think. I'm not gonna just put my hips down and relax down here. I'm gonna keep the hips up, but let them sink as deep into the stretch as I possibly can without pain. It can be a little bit uncomfortable, but everything pain-free. 2, 1, and relax. Now we're gonna go into the lunge. We're still gonna stay on the ground. I'm gonna get the toes on the ground on the right leg, left leg in the front. I'm gonna make that 90-degree angle. If you have something that you can put underneath the knee on the back foot, you can do so here. We're just gonna open up the hips for the lunges. We're gonna reach up, actively moving through, mimicking that bottom position on the lunge. Now from here, I'm gonna move my foot around, going into different corners, taking the left foot to the left and then to the right. So taking it on the outside and on the inside, about 10 times through, and then we're gonna change to the other side. We're gonna do exactly the same thing there. Make sure we're not hyperextending. We're gonna tuck those hips in, moving through, squeeze the glutes a little bit so you get a better stretch on the front of the hip. And then move the front leg around a little. And relax. Now we're gonna stand up. We're gonna start doing lunges. So we're gonna get into the lunges. We're just gonna do 5 on each leg. These are gonna be nice and controlled. I'm gonna step forward with the left leg, step down. I'm gonna think pressing up with the front leg and step back. I'm just gonna do 5 reps here. Finding a good rhythm and thinking about pressing through the front leg. And change sides. 5 on the other side. This is just a free tempo. Finishing warming up the movement. Once you're done with that, I'm gonna talk you through the strength piece. So the strength piece is gonna be 3 sets. We're gonna be going every 3 minutes. The set is gonna be 8 reps. It's gonna be a tempo, 2 seconds down, 2 seconds up. So I'm gonna count you through it. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 1. That's gonna be 1 rep. We're not gonna pause for long on top. We're not gonna pause on the bottom. We're gonna try to stay under tension with the same foot in front the whole way through. We're gonna do 8 reps. After the 8 reps, we're gonna go down to the bottom again, and we're gonna pause with the knee just slightly from the ground. We're gonna hold for 8 seconds. When you're done with that, you're gonna go immediately into 8 free tempo. That's 1 set. Then we're gonna change legs. We're gonna do the other on the other leg. When we're done with that, we're gonna go into a plank position. You're gonna hold plank position anywhere from 20 to 40 seconds. Have about 15 or 20 seconds until we start the next set. All right, so this is gonna get really spicy on the legs. You can choose if you want to. Do normal lunges, non-weighted. They are going to be hard like that. If you want to do Bulgarian split squats, you elevate the back leg and you do exactly the same thing with the back leg elevated. 1, 2, 3, 1. 8 reps through, stopping in the bottom, so you're gonna follow through. If you wanna make it even more challenging and you have weight, you can grab dumbbell, kettlebell, whatever you want to, and hold it. If you have it in only one hand, then I recommend, if you're gonna do it on the left leg first, hold the weight with your right hand. And then when you do it with the right leg in the front, hold the weight in your left hand. It's gonna keep you a little bit more, your hips a little bit more straight. If you have 2, you can do it with 2. You're most likely then gonna wanna drop the weight, hold on to the weight for the tempo reps, but then you can drop it before you do the free tempo, all right? I'm gonna talk you guys through this whole thing. You do not have to remember it. We're gonna be going every 3 minutes, 3 times through. All right, starting with the tempo. All right, we're gonna be starting in 5. Put the right leg in the front, 2, 1, and go. 1, 2, 3, 1. 1, 2, 3, 2. 1, 2, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 6. Make sure you're pressing through that front leg. 7, keep the chest tall. And 8, and we're gonna go down and hold. 8 seconds. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Straight into free tempo. Finish off 8 reps. and change. Let's get ready. I'm gonna let you guys finish if you're finishing off your 8th. 2, 1, and go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3. Make sure you're not using that back leg, or use it as little as possible. Think about pressing and driving through that front leg. It's supposed to burn. It's supposed to be hard. 2, 3, 7, 1, 2, 3, 8. And let's go down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 8, free tempo. Keeping that chest tall, driving through that front leg. Finish off those 8 reps. Once you're done, get into a plank position. I'm gonna do it with my hands elevated. Think about sucking that belly button in, squeeze the glutes. Hold body straight, nice and deep breaths. This is your rest. Hold in. If you need to go to your knees, go to your knees. Hold the plank just a little bit longer. And